को आरटीओ आ रहे हैं।
ईपी के लिए 2 लाइन जा रही है। मैं कह रहा हूँ आपका ये 5 में से एक लोग ना अपने आप बड़े बड़े खुश करी जा रहा है।
हाँ
हेलो हेलो
हाँ ग्रीन
हेलो
लिंक करी
हेलो
है और वो शे की आवाज
हेलो
आती है।
हेलो
बैटरी निकाल के दोबारा
जो
लगा।
फ्री पड़ी है उसको वहाँ देते मुरली के पास।
हेलो हेलो
जैसे शाह शाह की आवाज नहीं आती वो साइड से बटन दबाने से नहीं लगा रखी, ऐसी आ रही है। केबल लगा ही नहीं है और वो लाइट ग्रीन लाइट ब्लिंक हो जा रही है अपने आप। बैटरी चेंज कर दी मैंने। वैसे ऑन छोड़ा हुआ है, अपने आप आवाज आएगी, पता लगेगा। हाँ तो रही है अभी आवाज, देखता हूँ। ठीक है। बाकी किसने लिया यहाँ से बता दिया करो कि मैंने लिया भाई। मैंने किसी को दिया नहीं, यहाँ से वॉकी गायब हो गया।
टॉप में आ जाइए।
हेलो हेलो
अरे पूरा टॉप पे
हेलो चेक हेलो साउंड चेक हेलो
अरे सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट जी सर, साहब लोगों के लिए कोई बूथ बनता है जी। अभी इनको फीड कैसे दे सकते हैं? मुरली में कौन है? वही ना आपके हेड, आप हैं हेड।
हेलो 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 हेलो
से कनेक्ट कर दो।
हेलो हेलो
अब मैं नेट पे लगा दो तुम।
हेलो 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 हेलो
आ गए भाई।
हेलो हेलो हेलो
हेलो, नहीं, ये वाली चालू है इसलिए आ रहा है इधर वाला। चेक। 5 नंबर पोडियम चेक करना।
मैं जा रहा हूँ, उससे बोलता हूँ नहीं कर रहा। जाऊँ
तो करा दिए।
अभ्यास अभ्यास
हेलो हेलो, टेस्ट टेस्ट, हेलो। हाँ, ये दूसरी है क्या? हेलो हेलो, माइक टेस्ट 2। हाँ हाँ, ठहर जाओ यार, कर दिया तीसरा कर। अरे पहला में प्रॉब्लम है। हेलो हेलो, ये सही है। हेलो हेलो, ये चौथा, पहला दूसरा तीसरा चौथा। हेलो हेलो, सही है। हेलो हेलो, ठीक है। पहला को देखता हूँ, एक काम करो, देखता हूँ पहला।
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome all of you today to the IRSA International Technical Seminar and Exhibition 2022. I am Sakshi Mandwal, your host for the day, and it is indeed an honor to have each one of you over here today with us. We thank you for taking out your valuable time today to grace the occasion with us over here. Ladies and gentlemen, today is a seminar to explore and understand the challenges and successes of the global signaling and communications industry and how India has played its part. The aim of this seminar is to address these following points that I shall now be mentioning over here. Making India Atmanirbhar for digital transformation in rail sector, providing a world-class railway creating an attractive option for foreign investment, increasing competitiveness, building a globally competitive workforce, and attracting top talent, providing service at a lower cost than traditional infrastructure, whilst using innovative private and public funding. And the most important, delivering environmental benefits for the future and transforming people's lives, creating jobs and boosting the economy. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, I believe it is time for us to now start this seminar officially. I would first of all like to welcome our chief guest for the occasion, Honorable Union Minister of State for Railways and Textiles, Srimati Darshana Jardosh. May I please request ED Telecom, Mr. Rakesh Ranjan, to kindly escort her on the stage, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome our chief guest for the day over here, Srimati Darshana Jardoshi. I would now like to welcome our guest of honor for the day, Chairman and CEO, Railway Board, Mr. V.K. Tripathi. And may I please request ED Signal, Mr. Shyam Verma, to kindly escort Mr. V.K. Tripathi onto the stage, please. Ladies and gentlemen, he shall be joining us in a while. I'll be moving on. May I please invite on the stage now our guest of honor over here with us, additional member signal, Mr. Rahul Agarwal. May I please request ED Signal, Mr. Rameshwar Meena, to kindly escort him on the stage. I would now like to welcome our next guest of honor for the day, additional member Telecom, Srimati Aruna Singh ji. And may I please request Director Telecom, Mr. Dharmender, to kindly escort her on the stage. I would also like to invite our other esteemed dignitaries who shall be gracing the dais over here with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I start taking the names one by one. President, 2021 to 2022 IRSE, UK, Mr. Ian Bridges. Chairman and CEO, IRSE India, Mr. A.K. Mishra. President, IRSTE and Principal Chief S&T Engineer, South Central Railway, Mr. G.K. Trivedi. And finally, CEO, IRSE UK, Mr. Blaine Judd. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please have a bigger round of applause for all our esteemed dignitaries seated on the dais with us over here today. Thank you so much for having taken out your valuable time to grace the occasion. We truly do appreciate that. Thank you very much. I would now like to move on, ladies and gentlemen, and before we invite our dignitaries over here to give us the opening addresses, we have a small gesture of gratitude from our side for all our dignitaries, our guest of honor, and most importantly, our chief guest for the occasion from our end. We will want to felicitate them. So, as I call out their names, I would be requesting each one of you also to please put your hands together and join us in welcoming all our dignitaries who've graced the occasion over here with us on the stage over here. First of all, we would want to felicitate the Honorable Union Minister of State for Railways and Textiles, Srimati Darshana Jardoshi. And to do the honors, may I please invite Shri A.K. Mishra ji, President IRSE India, to kindly felicitate her for the day. We would now like to welcome Chairman and CEO Railway Board, Mr. V.K. Yes, he shall be joining us in a while. We would now like to welcome additional member signal, Mr. Rahul Agarwal. And to do the honors, I would once again like to request Shri A.K. Mishra ji to kindly felicitate him also, please. I would now like to welcome amongst us additional member Telecom, Srimati Aruna Singh ji, and may I please request Shri G.K. Trivedi ji, President IRSTE India, to kindly do the honors. Thank you so much. We would now like to welcome amongst us President IRSE UK, Mr. Ian Bridges. And to do the honors, I would like to request Shri Pradeep Roy, IRSE UK, to kindly felicitate him for the day. We would now like to welcome CEO IRSE UK, Mr. Blaine Judd, and I would like to request Shri Nikhil Swami, IRSE India, to kindly do the honors. We would also like to welcome amongst us President IRSE India, Mr. A.K. Mishra, and to do the honors, may I please welcome Shri Amit Mehrotra, General Secretary IRSTE India, to kindly welcome him for the day with us. And finally, last but not the least, we would like to welcome President IRSTE India, Mr. G.K. Dwivedi ji. To do the honors, may I please invite over here Shri Amit Mehrotra, General Secretary, IRSTE India. Thank you so much for having done the honors, and once again a heartfelt welcome to our chief guest for the occasion, our guest of honors, and all the esteemed dignitaries seated over here. Thank you so much for having graced the occasion over here with us. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know that the diya has always been a symbol in the Indian culture of positivity, warmth, happiness, and all things good in life. As a matter of fact, we also do know that anything auspicious in our tradition and culture always starts with the lighting of the lamp or the diya, as we call it, because we believe that the energy that the lamp or the diya gives out not only does away with any negativity that is surrounding or existing in our environment, but also helps us as individuals cleanse ourselves internally with good thoughts and vibes. Which is why, as a matter of fact, any important occasion in our lives becomes much more meaningful for us to start the day by lightening of the diya or the lamp. And today is an occasion that definitely calls for that. Hence, we shall start the conference and the seminar today by the lamp lighting ritual. To do the honors, may I please request the Honorable Union Minister of State for Railways and Textiles, Srimati Darshana Jardoshi, to kindly proceed for the lamp lighting. I would also like to request all the guests of honors and the esteemed dignitaries seated over here on the dais to kindly accompany her in doing the same. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for having done the honors. Thank you very much. I will now move on, and I would like to invite over here our first guest, whom I shall be inviting over here to give us the opening address for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I invite over here Chairman and CEO IRSE India, Mr. A.K. Mishra, to kindly come up and give us the opening address for the day. I present to you Mr. A.K. Mishra.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. At the very outset, I would like to acknowledge the keen interest shown by the Honorable Union Railway Minister Sri Ashwini Vaishnaji on the subject of digitalization in railways, which is the theme of this seminar. I, on behalf of Institution of Railway Signal Engineers UK and Institution of Railway Signal and Telecom Engineers India, warmly welcome the Honorable Union Minister of State for Railways and Textile and Member of the Lok Sabha from Surat, Srimati Darshan Jardos ji, to this international seminar cum exhibition with the theme The Age of Intelligent Railways. We are extremely grateful to the Honorable Minister who, in spite of her busy schedule, has spared time to be with us to grace the occasion. May I request the audience to join hands to welcome the Honorable Union Minister for State for Railways and Textile of India. I extend warm welcome to Ian Bridges, past President IRC UK, who spearheaded the focus on digitalization on railways and has been extending very active support in organizing this seminar for quite some time. I welcome Mr. Rahul Agrawal, Additional Member Signal Railway Board, and Mrs. Aruna Singh, Additional Member Telecom Railway Board, to this seminar cum exhibition. Warm welcome to the officials of IRC and IRST and retired senior SNT officers from Indian Railways. I welcome all the delegates from Railway Board, Zonal Railways, centralized training institutes, and public sector undertakings, namely the Rail Trail Corporation of India Limited, National High Speed Rail Corporation, IRCON, RITES, Delhi Metro Rail Corporation, NCRTC, DFCCIL, RVNL, CRIS, IRCTC, KRCL, MRVC, KRTCL, and from the industries associated with the development and modernization of the Indian Railways. During the 6 sessions planned for tomorrow and today and tomorrow, a total of 28 technical papers shall be presented by the experts on topics ranging from future signaling solutions, data sensing and asset management, safety and standards, project implementation, data and commissioning, and metro-specific applications with interactive sessions. I am sure the participants will benefit from the exchange of knowledge during the seminar, and Indian Railways shall move faster towards making India Atmanirbhar for digital transformation of rail sector. I once again welcome you all to this seminar, which is taking place in physical form after the COVID pandemic. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, Mishra ji. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to invite over here CEO IRSE UK, Mr. Blaine Judd, who has joined us over here on the stage today, to kindly come over here on the podium and share his thoughts and also open the day for us over here. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, as I invite Mr. Blaine Judd over here.
Daviyun Usagano. Hello, Absubka. Swagda Haki. In 1912, a small group of enlightened signalling and telecommunications engineers decided to establish the Institution of Railway Signal Engineers. Very soon after that, it grew to members in 8 countries around the world. We have to remember that this was the same year of the launching of the ill-fated Titanic, so safety was a critical consideration for railways. It was the time of the first diesel locomotive for mainline use, which was service on the Prussian railway service 1912, pre-First World War. King George V of England went on a tour in India by rail, our first great association with Indian Railways. In that year, there was an accident at Ditton Junction in the UK. It was a crash that killed 15 people. It was decided that part of the cause of that crash was confusion in railway signalling. And I wonder if that was part of the motivation for those people to establish the IRSE, because safety is key to what we stand for. We moved on, and in 1923, we had our first woman member, Elise Winterton. Today, 9% of the IRSE's membership are women. We acknowledge that is not enough, and we must grow that. But by 20% of our council is populated by women, and a lot of the credit for that has to go to our past president, Mr. Ian Bridges, for helping to establish that change in philosophy that incorporates women into our governance. In 1988, there was a serious rail crash at Clapham in the UK. 35 people died and 448 people were injured. The fault was detected to an engineering technician, signalling technician, who had incorrectly installed a wiring system, creating a wiring fault that caused that dreadful crash. And so the IRSE was asked to provide a licensing scheme, which by 1994 it had established with over 50 categories of license. Today, those early pioneers would be proud of the fact that we have 5,000 members within the IRSE. 50% of those are outside of the UK. We operate in 58 countries around the world. We have 24 sections, and we have 6,500 license holders globally. Our vision is safe and sustainable global railways. There are about 1 million kilometres of rail in the world, but that doesn't include metro. 1,150 billion passenger kilometres are travelled in India alone. Only China is the largest section after India. There are 10,000 billion freight tonnes of kilometre moved each year on the railway. In 2019, 8.5 billion passengers in India travelled on the railway. Only Japan, with 3 times that size, is larger than India in terms of passenger transport. And the Delhi Metro carries 1.7 billion passengers alone. It's clear that we need to grow exponentially to meet our signalling and telecommunication demands in railway. This is why our mission is to engage with and grow a global network to develop and assure high standards of ethics, knowledge, competence and safety in all aspects of train control. With this seminar, we see the furtherance of our 5 key aims. We engage with you as experienced expertise in this field. We grow our membership through our commitment to deliver our vision. We network with colleagues across the globe in events like this, and we develop through the excellent technical papers programme that we see before us today. And finally, we assure through professional registration, examination and licensing. I am delighted that the Minister was able to join us today. The IRSE has already built links with the UK Rail Minister and more recently the Malaysian Minister for Rural Development. We are using the expertise of Indian licensing businesses to support the growth of licensing in Canada. The Australian section are engaging with state government to support IRSE links to state licensing of engineers. And when I return to the UK, I have a meeting planned with Israel to discuss their adoption of our licensing scheme. Rail is an integral part of a freight and passenger transport mix. Without signalling and telecommunications, trains cannot move, and they do not provide that service. Without the expertise of rail signalling and telecommunications experts such as yourself, train control cannot function. The knowledge you share at this seminar contributes to rail as part of transport as a service. I therefore thank the organisers for providing me the opportunity to address you and share a future vision for safe and sustainable global railways. Dhanyavad. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jude. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to invite over here President 2021 to 2022 IRSE, Mr. Ian Bridges, to kindly come up and give us the opening address and also to share a few thoughts of his with us over here. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Ian Bridges.
Thank you. Minister, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I first had the idea for a seminar back in late 2020. It was to have taken place last year when I was president of the IRSE. And as some of you may be aware, should have been held here in February of this year. But unfortunately, the World Health situation made it impossible to do that. So we had to postpone it, and here we are now in June, and this event is now happening. It's therefore an unusual situation for a presidential event to be held outside the year of office. Indeed, I can't actually remember it ever happening before, so this is quite a unique situation. The current President, Andy Knight, has given me his full support for this event and sent his best wishes to all here today. In deciding where to hold a seminar, I've become aware of the vast amount of railway development that was taking place in India and how 2022 was likely to be near the peak of this work. Over 50 projects were earmarked to be completed during the 2021 to 22 financial year, some of which we will be hearing about during this seminar. Many more projects are being planned and delivered during the current financial year. It therefore seemed a great place to hold a seminar so that people from around the globe could learn from some of the projects that you're carrying out here in India. And indeed, looking to outside of India and what help and assistance that other countries can bring to you as well. So 18 months later, here we are in New Delhi, just about to start doing that. We had a fantastic response to the call for papers, ending up with more papers than we needed. We've squeezed in as many as we can into the programme, giving people an opportunity to learn about as many projects as we possibly can. So I'd like to thank our sponsors and exhibitors for their support for the event as well. We could not have gone ahead if it had not been for their generosity and support in delivering this. Finally, I must thank the organising committee for the large amount of energy they've put into the organisation of this event. There have been many Teams calls over many, many months, many of them at weekends, taking up people's time when they're normally at rest or with their families. So thank you for all of those that have helped in putting this together. And I must mention in particular Mr. Roy and Mr. Swami, who have, particularly over the last few days, brought the last parts of this conference together. Without them, this would not have happened. So it just remains for me to say, I hope you enjoy the event, that you learn something that you can take away from the event, but most of all, please enjoy yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bridges. And I believe he said that very well at the end, where he said that most of all, it's about enjoying the day today. And we do hope that you get to enjoy your day and the experience of today and tomorrow, of course. On that note, I shall move on, and I would like to now invite our next dignitary over here, additional member signal, Mr. Rahul Agrawal, to kindly come up and give us the welcome address. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Rahul Agrawal. Thank you.
Honorable Union Minister of State for Railways and Textiles, Srimati Darshana Jadosh ji. Additional Member Telecom, Srimati Aruna Singh. Mr. Blaine Judd, CEO IRSE. Mr. Ian Bridges, President IRSE. Shri A.K. Mishra, Chairman IRSE India. Shri G.K. Dwivedi, President IRST. Office bearers and member of IRSE and IRSTE. Officers from Indian Railways and PSUs, captains of the industry and representatives from the industry, delegates and participants from India and abroad, and representatives from the media. I would like to congratulate IRSE and IRST for organizing besides a large number of electronic interlocking and other signaling works. Put together, the total anticipated cost of these signaling and telecom works is of the order of rupees 45,000 crores. IR envisages a time-bound delivery of these signal and telecom projects so as to realize the benefits of improved speed, capacity, and safety at the earliest. One of the benefits of signaling projects compared to other infrastructure projects is potential for fast realization of these projects as no land acquisition, forest, or environment clearances are required. However, such a big self of projects, which is unprecedented, poses a challenge wherein railways and the industry have to gear up their capacity to deliver these important projects in a time-bound manner. A large number of challenges would need to be addressed as we move ahead. One of the important challenges is the design and approval of signaling systems. This is an area which requires capacities to be scaled up substantially. Presently, Indian Railways is commissioning around 400 electronic interlockings annually, which will get scaled up substantially as we execute the infrastructure and signaling projects in the coming years. We have been facing constraints in the timely delivery of design and approvals. To overcome this, there is a need to adopt design automation tools, which will substantially reduce the time for design and checking. The industry will be required to work with the Indian Railways to move ahead in this direction. Indian Railways has already gone ahead with adoption of digital software embedded systems for signaling on a large scale. Percolation of a large number of such systems poses a challenge for interoperability across signaling systems of different genres and different OEMs. This requires adoption of uniform protocols for inter-system communication so as to reduce the dependence on proprietary protocols. This would remove a major bottleneck for planning and implementation of upgradation of the signaling systems. In metro projects, where the entire signaling system is planned in a turnkey manner, wherein all the system components come from the same source, and the interoperability is achieved through proprietary protocols only. However, on Indian Railways, which is a very massive system, and there is a continuous upgrade of the signaling systems. During different phases, there is a dependence on proprietary protocols, which becomes a constraint and results in technical challenges for integration. This results in time and cost overruns. To address this, Indian Railways has been working on developing of uniform protocols, which would then need to be adopted by the industry across different genres of signaling products. We look forward to cooperation from the industry in this regard. If we are able to achieve this ambition goal, it would substantially improve the ecosystem for smooth and fast implementation of signaling projects on IR. This will be an achievement of global scale for the Indian Railways and the Indian industry. Another important area is the data sensing and asset management. With the implementation of so many large-scale signaling and telecom projects, there will be a massive increase in the number and volume of signaling assets on the Indian Railways. Keeping in view limitations on the increase of maintenance force, there would be an urgent need for adoption of data sensing and data analytics for predictive maintenance of signaling assets. Adoption of IoT-based systems with real-time monitoring of signaling assets is a solution. However, while percolating such technologies across applications in different departments on IR, adoption of standard universal protocols for machine-to-machine communication would be of utmost importance, as it will enable an environment of smooth integration of all such applications. We need to move ahead in this direction along with the industry so as to realize these goals. As you are all aware, the adoption of Kavach as the National Automatic Train Protection System of India is a major initiative under the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat. The Kavach technology has been proven and certified by independent safety assessors. Indian Railways is currently working on further improvement and enhancement of the product. Keeping in view the envisaged rollout of Kavach on the entire Indian railway network, IR looks forward to valuable participation of our esteemed industry partners to take this program further. I hope that the topics covered in the seminar will address some of these concerns and will yield valuable inputs. In the end, I wish this seminar a great success. Today's seminar and exhibition offers an opportunity for the industry and other stakeholders to share their latest innovations, ideas, and technology, which will catapult Indian Railway into a digital era. I also hope this seminar will go a big way to understand the challenges and give solutions to the various issues faced by the Indian Railways. I hope the organizers and the seminar all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rahul Agrawal. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to invite over here our chief guest for the day, Honorable Union Minister of State for Railways and Textiles, Srimati Darshana Jardoshi, to kindly come over here and share her valuable thoughts with us. Please put your hands together as I welcome her over here, please.
सभी को नमस्कार। आज बहुत अच्छा दिन है। वैसे तो आषाढ़ी साल शुरू होता है, गुप्त नवरात्रि है, और हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र भाई हमेशा ये 9 दिन गुप्त नवरात्रि के बहुत श्रद्धा से मना रहे। और कल रथ यात्रा भी है, लेकिन आज ऐसे अवसर पे आप लोगों ने ये सेमिनार का आयोजन किया है कि सच में भारत को एक नई दिशा दिखाने के लिए आप जैसे एक्सपीरियंस लोग यहाँ इकट्ठा हुए हैं। तो मैं जब कल मुझे इनविटेशन मिला तब मैं सोच रही थी कि आप लोगों से कैसे बात करूंगी, क्या बोलूंगी, लेकिन जब मैं आई और राहुल जी से मैंने पहला ही सवाल पूछ लिया जो अभी आपको बता रहे थे यहाँ पे। तो मैंने पूछा कि कवच का टेस्टिंग हुआ था तब आप गए थे क्या, साथ में थे? तो उन्होंने बोला हाँ थे। तो हमारे कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर श्री अश्विनी जी भी थे। तो अभी जब सूरत आए थे हम लोग बुलेट ट्रेन का प्रोजेक्ट देखने के लिए, तब उन्होंने बोल दिया कि ये पहली बार टेस्टिंग हो रहा था कवच का, तो मैं आपके साथ रिस्क लेना नहीं चाहता। मुझे भी बहुत लोगों ने ना बोला, तो दूसरी बार मैं लेके जाऊंगा। तो ऐसे जो आप लोगों के संस्थान के द्वारा IRSE ने जो मुहिम शुरू करी थी जब से तब से मैंने देखा यान ब्रिज जी ने जो हमें कुछ बताया वो मुझे नहीं समझ पाएंगे, लेकिन उन्होंने क्या बोला वो मुझे तो समझ में इतना आया कि उन्होंने जो मेंबरशिप चालू करी थी इसमें लेडीज़ का रोल 8% था, लेकिन अब 20% हो गया है। और मुझे ऐसे फंक्शन भी अच्छे लगते हैं। मैंने अरुणा जी को मैं बोलने वाली थी कि काफ़ी ऐसे फंक्शन होते हैं रेलवे में जहां मैं अकेली ऊपर लेडीज़ होती हूं, लेकिन यहां पे आप भी मेरे साथ कंपनी देने के लिए थी और सभागृह में भी कई दिखती है मुझे। तो ये मिश्रा जी ने जब मुझे कल इनवाइट किया तो मुझे अच्छा लगा कि यहाँ पे जो आप लोगों के टेक्निकल सेशन होने वाले हैं, मतलब द्विवेदी जी और आप लोग ने जितने भी सेमिनार में जो रखा है यहाँ पे, इसमें से अमृत मंथन जरूर निकलेगा। तो वो क्या निकलेगा वो हमें जरूर बताइएगा, क्योंकि वो ही हमारे लिए सबसे ज़्यादा उपयोगी है। मैं जब यहाँ पे आई और चेयरमैन रेलवे बोर्ड और मंत्री जी भी नहीं आ रहे थे, तो आप 2-3 रो देखकर मैं थोड़ी हैरान परेशान हो गई। इतने एक्सपीरियंस लोग हैं रेलवे के, इतने सीनियर लोग हैं, ऐसे ही तो बाल धूप में सफ़ेद नहीं हुए। इवेंट यहाँ पे होने वाली है जो भारत में, जिसका हम लोग कहीं ना कहीं उनका पार्ट बनेंगे, और इसमें बहुत सारे लोग आएंगे पूरी दुनिया से। तो सभी शहरों को, सभी लोगों को कहीं ना कहीं इंटरेक्शन करने का, हमें जानने का, हमारी संस्कृति, हमारी टेक्नोलॉजी, उसके बारे में जानने का मौका मिलेगा। तो इसमें रेल कहीं पे भी पीछे नहीं है। और जिस तरह से जापान और चाइना की बातें होती रहती है ट्रेन के बारे में, लेकिन हम लोगों ने भी आत्मनिर्भर भारत की ओर आगे बढ़ते हुए भारत ने बहुत कुछ हासिल कर लिया है, और इसमें आप सभी लोगों का बहुत सारा योगदान है। मुझसे ज़्यादा आप लोग कंपेयर कर पाएंगे पहले क्या होता था और अब क्या हो रहा है। और ज़्यादातर जब मैं लोगों से मिलती हूँ या तो रेलवे के प्रोजेक्ट देखती हूँ तो मुझे बहुत अच्छा भी लगता है। अभी अंशुल जी ने मुझे दिखा दिया वहाँ जहाँ टनल में कैसे काम होता है। वहाँ पे मैं जब गई तो उत्तराखंड की टनल हो या श्रीनगर बनिहाल की टनल हो या यहाँ कुछ बिहार पश्चिम बंगाल में सिक्किम तक जाने वाला जितने भी रेलवे के प्रोजेक्ट है, वहाँ कितने सारे इंजीनियर्स, कितने सारे लोग कैसे मिलकर टेक्नोलॉजी के यूज़ के साथ काम कर रहे हैं। और आज ही जैसे उन्होंने बताया कि बारिश के मौसम में जब भी डिज़ास्टर होता है तो ऐसे जब रेल लाइन टनल के अंदर से जाती है तो उनको ज़्यादा नुकसान होता है, क्योंकि जब आसाम में ऐसे हालत आए तब भी देखा कि कितनी सारी रेल लाइन को नुकसान हुआ। तो हम लोग टेक्नोलॉजी से आगे बढ़ते हैं। जब मैंने वहाँ पे पहली बार उत्तराखंड में देखा था तब भी हमारे बहुत सारे लोगों को मैंने पूछा था कि कहाँ से आप लोग आए हैं, तो पूरे भारत से आए हुए लोग एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की तरह एक टीम बन के काम कर रहे थे। जो इंजीनियर थे, वहाँ पे टेक्नीशियन थे, बहुत सारे लेबर थे, लेकिन सबके लिए जो उनका काम करने का जज्बा था वो बहुत अच्छा था, और वो बहुत अच्छा परिणाम देने के समय में। और सबसे ज़्यादा जो चीज़ हम लोगों ने भी प्रधानमंत्री से सीखी है कि कम से कम समय में ये प्रोजेक्ट पूरे किए जाए, और इसमें जिसका हम लोग खातमुहूर्त करते हैं उसका उद्घाटन भी हम ही करते हैं, तो उसके पीछे ही लगे रहते हैं। हम लोग टारगेट बेस्ड काम करते हैं और आप लोगों का सहयोग भी इसमें हमेशा मिलता है, सजेशंस भी मिलेंगे। और मुझे लगता है कि ऐसे सेमिनार में सजेशंस ज़्यादा हम लोगों को चाहिए। ये जो भारत सरकार में गति शक्ति मॉडल इंट्रोड्यूस किया गया है, इसमें भी कल थोड़ी मुझे जानकारी मिली कि सबसे ज़्यादा इसमें रेल ही कर पाएगा, क्योंकि रेलवे के बड़े प्रोजेक्ट हो या तो जैसे बड़े जितने भी 100 करोड़ से ऊपर वाले जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के प्रोजेक्ट जो भारत को विकासशीलता की ओर ले जा रहा है, उसमें हमें बहुत कुछ करना है। और इसमें कम समय में कैसे एक दूसरे से डिपार्टमेंट एक दूसरे से मिलकर काम करेंगे तो अच्छा रहेगा। जैसे अभी हुआ है कि रेलवे के साथ में आईटी मिनिस्टर भी साथ में ही है, तो केबलिंग का काम वगैरह होंगे तो साथ में समझने में भी आसानी होगी। मैं टेक्सटाइल मिनिस्टर भी हूँ और कॉमर्स मिनिस्टर के साथ में जब टेक्सटाइल को लिया गया तब भी ऐसा सोचा गया कि जब इंडस्ट्रियल बिजनेस इंजरी होती है तो वो तय कॉमर्स करती है, तो टेक्सटाइल को साथ में, तो एक दूसरे मंत्रालय को एक दूसरे से जुड़कर जो काम होने लगा है वो बहुत अच्छा है। क्योंकि सभी जगह पे डेवलपमेंट में इकोसिस्टम भी चाहिए, जैसे रोड्स चाहिए, हम लोगों को हाईवेज चाहिए, रेलवेज चाहिए, वाटरवेज चाहिए, एयरवेज चाहिए। तो ये जब सिस्टम डेवलप होगी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के साथ में, तभी हम लोग अच्छे से समय में काम कर पाएंगे। जब बुलेट ट्रेन का प्रोजेक्ट देखा तब मैं पहली बार जब उसको देखने के लिए गई, जब पिलर लगे थे तब वो जापान टेक्नोलॉजी कर देखकर मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा। पहली बार गई तब सोचा था 12-15 किलोमीटर की गति से काम हो रहा है। अब जो प्रोजेक्ट अभी देखने गए हम लोग एमआर के साथ में, तब तक मैं 3-4 बार जाके आई थी, तो जैसे बुलेट ट्रेन के बारे में मैं एक्सपर्ट हो गई कि नहीं मुझे पता ही है कैसे उसके बॉक्स बनते हैं, कैसे पहला काम क्या होगा, कैसे पिलर लगेंगे, कैसे जो साथ हमारे नदी है उसके बीच में कैसे काम होगा और कैसे बॉक्स का काम वगैरह होगा। अभी जो उनके साथ में टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ में हम वहाँ पे भी काम कर रहे हैं, तो सूरत बिलीमोरा के बीच में जो पहला ट्रायल होगा वो हम लोग टारगेट पे ही पूरा करेंगे। इसी तरह वंदे भारत ट्रेन जब बनी पहली बार 2 ट्रेनें बनी और उसके बाद में वर्जन 2 आ रहा है, तो वहाँ पे भी मैं देखने को गई थी कि वो फैक्ट्री में भी कि कैसे काम होता है, क्योंकि जैसे ज़्यादातर मीडिया सवाल पूछती है या तो सामान्य लोगों को इतनी टेक्निकल चीज़ें नहीं पता होती, तो वो ज़रूर पूछेंगे कि हाँ आप लोगों ने जो इतना टारगेट रखा है आज़ादी के अमृत महोत्सव के वर्ष में 75 ट्रेनें बनाने का, कैसे पूरा करेंगे। तो जब हम लोगों ने यहाँ पे वहाँ जब सब कुछ देखते हैं तब पता चलता है कि नहीं, हम लोग बहुत अच्छे से काम कर रहे हैं, बहुत टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज़ हो रहा है। जो सिग्नलिंग सेफ्टी की बात हो रही है कि हम लोग वही रास्ते पे आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, क्योंकि पहले रेलवे के एक्सीडेंट वगैरह होते थे तो हम लोग सेफ्टी की तरफ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, सबसे ज़्यादा समय कम हो जाए। अभी 2 दिन पहले एक वीडियो आया था, मैंने भी शेयर किया था इसमें, कि हम लोगों ने राजस्थान में 130 किलोमीटर की गति से कैसे ट्रेन चल पाएंगी, तो हम उसका ट्रायल भी सक्सेसफुली हम लोगों ने कर लिया। तो बहुत सारी ऐसी चीज़ें होने लगी है। अभी रेल का नयापन जो आया है, पूरे परिवार की तरह हम लोगों ने साथ में मिलकर जो काम किया है और काम करते जा रहे, तो बहुत अच्छा भी लगता है कि मैं भी एक रेल परिवार का पार्टी हूँ और इसमें आपकी ABCD भी समझने लग गई हूँ। मैंने अरुणा जी को बोला, क्योंकि वो पूरे 1 साल होने वाला है, तो जितने भी डिपार्टमेंट है वो सभी डिपार्टमेंट कहीं ना कहीं मैं गई हूँ, और इससे आप लोगों से ज़्यादा मुझे अच्छा लगा कि मैं बहुत कुछ इसमें जान पाई हूँ कि कैसे काम होता है। तो जैसे अभी हम लोगों ने जितने भी यहाँ पे आप लोगों ने सेशन रखे हैं इसके बारे में भी मुझे बताया गया, लेकिन CRIC के द्वारा जो ये एफर्ट होते हैं इंटरनेशनली, वो सबसे ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि आप लोग एक्सपीरियंस लोग हैं, जो रिटायर भी है, प्रेजेंट भी है, सब साथ में मिलकर काम करेंगे। और हम लोगों को रेल का डेटा नेटवर्क जो आपने ट्रैक के साथ 63,000 रूट किलोमीटर ऑप्टिकल फाइबर केबल पर काम कर रहे हैं, वो भी बताया गया। जैसे 6,102 स्टेशनों पर वाईफाई सेवा के लिए भी है। अरुणा जी हमें अभी बता रही थी सेफ्टी के बारे में, हम लोगों ने बहुत सारे इतने सेशन किए जैसे जानना मिला, और कि कैसे किस तरह से स्टेशन के ऊपर CCTV कैमरा लगेंगे जो सेफ्टी के लिए ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है। और वो सब प्रेजेंटेशन भी मैंने देखा है जब इरकॉन के यहाँ या जैसे बड़े कॉन्कोर के यहाँ विजिट किया, तब वो पता चला कि फ्रेड के लिए कैसे हम लोग आगे अपने टारगेट लेके चलते हैं। तो बहुत अच्छे से सबका काम हो रहा है। लेकिन 2 दिनों में जो यहाँ पे जितने भी विषय को आप लेने वाले हैं, क्लाउड आधारित सिग्नलिंग, कल ही क्लाउड के बारे में भी बताया गया। हम लोगों को गति शक्ति मॉडल के बारे में जब इन्फॉर्मेशन मिली तब यही समझाया गया, तो तब मेरे दिमाग में वही आता है कि इसका उपयोग ट्रेन कैसे, मतलब हम लोग रेलवे में कैसे कर पाएंगे, क्योंकि जिस तरह से क्लाउड में सब डेटा सेफ होके आगे हम लोग उसका प्लानिंग कर सकते हैं। गति शक्ति में तो इतना तक बता दिया है कि हम लोग छोटे से छोटा काम भी अगर इस सिस्टम से करेंगे तो कोई मंत्रालय ऐसा छूटा नहीं है जो एक दूसरे के साथ में मिलकर हम लोग समझदारी से काम करते हैं। ऐसा नहीं जैसे ड्रोन सिस्टम आया खेती के लिए, उसके बाद में जहाँ भी एक कल रेलवे लाइन के बारे में मुझे बताया गया, हम लोगों को प्रेजेंटेशन दिया था कि पूना बेंगलोर के बीच में जो हाईवेज बनने वाले जो ट्रेन ट्रैक है उसमें सबसे ज़्यादा कैसे जगह उनको एक्वायर की जाए, सबसे ज़्यादा नुकसानी कैसे कम हो लोगों को, और किस तरह से वो ट्रैक बने। और इसके साथ में जो दहेज में बनने वाला जो इंटीग्रेटेड पूरा डेवलपमेंट प्लान है, इसमें एयरपोर्ट कैसे आएगा, पोर्ट से कैसे कनेक्टिविटी होगी, कार्गो टर्मिनल कैसे बनेगा, और उसके लिए कैसे सिस्टम बनाई है गति शक्ति की। और कई राज्यों ने भी उसको एक्सेप्ट कर लिया है क्योंकि अपने ग्रोथ के लिए ये ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है। तो मुझे लगता है कि आप लोगों ने बहुत अच्छा, ये मैं तो शुभकामना देने ही आई हूँ आप लोगों को, और बहुत सारे ऐसे भी लोग होंगे कि जो आत्मनिर्भर की और आगे बढ़ते हैं। आपके एक्सपीरियंस से आप यही चीज़ें यहाँ पे बनाने के लिए बहुत सारी पॉलिसी में भी बदलाव आ रहे हैं, शायद मुझसे ज़्यादा आप लोग जान पाएंगे। अभी परसों ही एक मंत्री जी के साथ में जब हम लोगों ने टेंडर के बारे में एक सिस्टम किया, ज़्यादातर नॉर्थ ईस्ट के लिए, कि किस तरह से अगर एक टेंडर खुलता है उसके बारे में वो अगर कमिटमेंट से काम नहीं पूरा करता है तो दूसरे में कैसे हो जाए, उसका भी जियो मैपिंग कैसे हो जाए और कैसे ट्रांसपेरेंसी से हम लोग काम करें, इसके बारे में सरकार बहुत अच्छे से संकल्पबद्ध है और इसमें आप लोगों का सहयोग भी चाहिए। आप लोग नई जनरेशन को भी तैयार करिए। मैं तो इतना बोलूँगी कि आप इतने सारे एक्सपीरियंस लोग हैं, अगर आप तय कर ले कि मैं ये साल में कम से कम 75 नए जवानों को तैयार कर दूंगा जो यहाँ पे भारत में जो आने वाले समय में हमारी जो डिमांड है, हमने जो टारगेट रखे हैं, इसमें आपके सपोर्ट सिस्टम में काम करे। तो टेक्नोलॉजी, जब बुलेट ट्रेन के बारे में पहली बार मुझे इतना वो नहीं था, लेकिन वो जब पता चला कि पहली बार जो बुलेट ट्रेन का पायलट प्रोजेक्ट शुरू हुआ और काम शुरू हुआ, तो जो टेक्नोलॉजी हमें चाहिए थी वो जापान से अडोप्ट करी। लेकिन इसके बाद में जब हम लोगों को यही चीज़ यहाँ बनने लगी, L&T ने बहुत सारे इंजीनियर्स तैयार किए, जो मशीनरी थी वो सब यहाँ पे बना दी, और इसके साथ में हम उनके से ज़्यादा क्वालिटी से और उसके ज़्यादा झड़प से काम कर रहे हैं। तो हम लोगों को, हमारे यहाँ पोटेंशियल बहुत है, इतने सारे बड़े देश में एजुकेशन सिस्टम में भी बदलाव हो रहा है। रेलवे यूनिवर्सिटी का जो अभी ओपनिंग मतलब हम लोगों ने किया वडोदरा में, आप लोगों सब लोग सब परिचित ही है, वहाँ पे बहुत सारा उसका नयापन कैसे होगा, किस तरह से लोग जो आने वाले समय में जो टेक्नोलॉजी चाहिए इसमें किस तरह से नए लोगों को जोड़ेंगे, उसको ट्रेन करेंगे। तो आप लोग भी हमारे साथ साथ संकल्प जरूर करिए कि हम लोग 75 या 750 या 7,500 लोगों को इसमें जोड़ेंगे, तैयार करेंगे, और जो लोकल फॉर वोकल और आत्मनिर्भर भारत की और बढ़ता हुआ जो भारत है, जिसकी एक ग्लोबल इमेज हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बनाई है, इसमें आप लोगों का भी सहयोग रहेगा। सच में आप लोगों को मिलकर बहुत अच्छा लगा, अच्छे समय में, ऐसे समय में जब आपको हमारे भारत को सब सच में आपके एक्सपीरियंस की, आपके नॉलेज की जरूरत है। तो नॉलेज शेयर करने से ज़्यादा बढ़ता है। तो आप लोगों के नॉलेज से जो भी अमृत मंथन निकलेगा उसको जरूर हमें बताइएगा, और जितने भी सेशन में जितने भी लोग जुड़े हैं सबको मेरी शुभकामना। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया श्रीमती दर्शना जरदोश जी। लेडीज़ एंड जेंटलमैन, अब मैं दरख्वास्त करना चाहूँगी हमारी ऑनरेबल यूनियन मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट फॉर रेलवेज एंड टेक्सटाइल्स श्रीमती दर्शना जरदोश जी से और यहाँ उपस्थित बाकी सभी गणमान्य अतिथि से कि मे दे प्लीज प्रोसीड टुवर्ड्स द इनॉग्रेशन ऑफ द सेमिनार विद द रिलीज ऑफ द souvenir. The gesture shall be initiated by the Honorable Union Minister of State for Railways and Textiles, Srimati Darshana Jardoshi, and all the other esteemed dignitaries shall be accompanying her in doing the same. Yes, we shall. Yes. They bring it. May I please have the souvenir? I would like to request our team members if we could please have the souvenir on the stage for the inauguration. Thank you. There. Thank you so much for having done the honors, ladies and gentlemen. And now, before we actually head towards the closure of this session, ladies and gentlemen, we shall also be presenting a small little memento from our side to all our dignitaries over here seated on the stage. To do the honors, I would be calling on two gentlemen on the stage over here. As I call your names, please come up and give the mementos to our esteemed dignitaries, please. First of all, we would like to present a memento to the Honorable Union Minister of State for Railways and Textiles, Srimati Darshana Jardoshi. And may I please invite Shri A.K. Mishra, President IRSE India, to do the honors, please. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I truly did appreciate the applause that I heard so loudly for the first time in a long time right now. Thank you for that. I'll move on. And we would now like to present a memento to additional member signal, Mr. Rahul Agrawal. To do the honors, may I once again please request Shri A.K. Mishra, President IRSE India, to kindly present him with a memento. We would now like to present a memento to additional member Telecom, Srimati Aruna Singh ji. And to do the honors, I would like to request Shri G.K. Dwivedi, President IRSTE India, to kindly present her with a memento. We would now like to present a memento to President IRSE UK, Mr. Ian Bridges. And may I please request Shri Pradeep Roy, IRSE UK, to kindly do the honors. We would also like to present a memento to CEO IRSE UK, Mr. Blaine Jude. And to do the honors, I would like to invite over here Shri Nikhil Swami, IRSE India, to kindly present him with a memento. We would now like to present a memento to President IRSE India, Mr. A.K. Mishra. And to do the honors, I would like to invite Shri Amit Mehrotra, General Secretary, IRSTE India, to kindly present him with a memento. And finally, we would also like to present a memento to President IRSTE India, Mr. G.K. Dwivedi. To do the honors, may I please invite once again Shri Amit Mehrotra, General Secretary IRSTE India, to kindly present him with the memento. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please have once again a huge round of applause for all our esteemed dignitaries seated over here. Our chief guest for the day today, Honorable Union Minister of State for Railways and Textiles, Srimati Darshana Jardoshi, our guest of honors, and all the other dignitaries seated over here. Once again, a heartfelt thank you to each one of you for having taken out your valuable time to grace the occasion. Thank you so much. Before we bid adieu to each one of you seated over here, I'll just take one more minute of your time, please, if you may allow me. To close this session, I would like to invite over here the President IRSTE, Mr. G.K. Dwivedi ji, to kindly give us the vote of thanks for the session over here.
Honorable Srimati Darshana Jardosh Ma'am, Union Minister of State for Railways and Textiles, Shri Rahul Agrawal, Additional Member Signal, Railway Board, Srimati Aruna Singh Ma'am, Additional Member Telecom, Railway Board, Shri Ian Brizich, President IRSC UK, Shri Blaine Judd, CEO IRSC UK, Shri A.K. Mishra, Chairman IRSC India, distinguished S&T gurus, guests from the Indian Railways and industry, delegates, members of the press and media, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to all. In this pleasant morning, blessed by the Almighty, we are glad to have our Honorable Union of Minister of State for Railways and Textile amongst us as the chief guest of this session. She brings a deep understanding of the infrastructure development priorities through her more than 34 years of public service in life. And you have already seen that how she has summarized the vision of the new India. Ma'am, your acceptance of the invitation enthused us. Your presence in this session has made us ebullient, and your address has widened our perspective. On behalf of the S&T fraternity, I express my heartfelt gratitude for making yourself available and gracing this occasion. I am highly indebted to our chairman. Chairman sir has not come, his message has come, but I would like to thank him for all the blessings he has already sent to us. I am extremely thankful to our additional member Signal and additional member Telecom Railway Board for their presence and for sharing his wisdom to the benefit of all the stakeholders present here. In this momentous journey of modernization of Indian Railways, which has been aptly summarized by additional member Signal. And this trajectory appears to be increasingly bright, promising, and satisfying. IRSC UK, being the torchbearer of knowledge-sharing initiatives in the field of signaling and telecommunication, is the fountainhead of this initiative. I thank President IRSC UK, CEO IRSC UK, and Chairman IRSC India and their team for all their support in making this much awaited event a reality today. To realize the dream of our Honorable Prime Minister, to enable the infrastructure development through the Gati Shakti mission, S&T in particular has to play a very significant role. This technical seminar and exhibition showcasing the potential of all stakeholders, including the industry, would be simply unimaginable without the wholehearted support of our sponsors. We profusely thank them for their partnership in this noble cause. My heart goes out to the delegates of this seminar who have traveled across the globe and this vast country to be a part of this event, to share their knowledge and wisdom and learn from the experiences of others. This seminar would have been of no significance without your active and enthusiastic participation. We can gauge the mood of the enthusiasm on our part from the fact that we had to stop the online registration yesterday due to your overwhelming participation and the constraint of the capacity of this venue. Despite my attempts to do so, words fail to express my gratitude and my sense how much you mean to us. My sincere thanks to the members of the press and media for the extensive coverage of this knowledge fest and taking it to the people who could not physically be present here. Your contribution will go a long way to spurring their quest to knowledge and igniting many journey towards innovation in the years ahead. I am thankful to the members of the various committees for their untiring efforts to look after the minute details of their domain and for carrying the torch to this date. I am highly grateful to all those people whom I am unable to mention by name, but without whose support and contribution, this beautiful journey would not have started. Now, this is the time for me, on behalf of Indian Railways, IRSTE, IRSE India, and all the exhibitors to make a request. Please make the best use of this opportunity to listen and interact with the domain experts. Do visit the equipments and systems brought over here to improve your understanding and knowledge. Take this light to your zones and workplace and spread it as far as you can. Now I want to conclude with a prayer which was used to be done in the Gurukuls from the Rig Veda to invoke God's blessing for harmony in our efforts to achieve our goal, which is Sangachadvam Samvadadvam Samvo Manansi Janatam. हम सब एक साथ चलें, आपस में संवाद करें और हमारे मन एक हों. Gather together, converse together, our minds be of one accord. इसी का सेकंड पार्ट है समानी व आकुति समाना हृदयानि वह समान मस्तु वो मनो यथा वह सुसहात. हमारा उद्देश्य एक हो, हमारी भावनाएं सुसंगत हो, हमारे विचार एकत्रित हो. May our intentions and aspirations be alike so that a common objective unifies us all and we may live well together. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dwivedi, for sharing the closing address with each one of us. Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, that was a beautiful thought and a prayer that he shared towards the end, that may we always walk together, converse together, and may our hearts always stay joined together in unity, for that is what, as humans, we aspire to become and to be. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, with the kind permission of the Honorable Union Minister of State for Railways and Textiles, Srimati Darshana Jardosh ji, I now declare the seminar and exhibition for each one of you. Please make sure, as has already been pointed out by Mr. Dwivedi and the rest of our dignitaries over here today, that you make use of all of this time to network and to also explore the exhibition that has been specially set up for each one of you delegates, not just for today, but also for tomorrow. And on that note, once again, a heartfelt thank you to all our dignitaries seated over here on the dais today for taking out your valuable time to grace the occasion for us over here. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be requesting each one of you seated in the audience as a delegate today to kindly have some patience as our dignitaries, our chief guest, our guest of honors, and the other esteemed dignitaries first vacate this auditorium. After that, all of you may also proceed towards breakfast and high tea. May you enjoy your high tea, have a good networking session, and I shall see you back at 11:30 sharp for the first session of the day. Here's hoping that you make it back on time for the first session of the day. Have a lovely breakfast, and thank you for joining with us over here in the inaugural session. Have a good day ahead. I'll see you soon. Thank you once again. Please, everyone, I'll request everyone in the audience to please be seated or just be there so that all our dignitaries may first leave. Thank you very much. I do appreciate that. Thank you very much. should. Yes, that could be. Yes, but maybe you would want to talk to everyone else because I'm not going to write this to you and say it is interesting. Yes, but your suggestion is pretty apt, sir. वो होना चाहिए. Oh my God. Oh, okay. जी. He's on the way. Barish में And once he's back, we'll start the session with his first few opening words and then we'll make the session. ठीक, definitely. ठीक है, हाँ जी. Yes, I will, for sure, yes. Yes, I will, for sure. हाँ, पता चलो कब भी ना आ पाए हो, I'll be announcing. Right, I will. Oh yes, for sure. Thank you so much. Thank you.
डाल दिया.
चेक करा.
हे चेक 1 2 हे चेक ओके डन कर दो म्यूट कर दो क्या हाँ मेरी जान बढ़िया चेक कर ली कौन सा माइक है शिवर का माइक है ये मेरे लड़के ने थोड़ी सी गलती करके अगली बार झाड़ देना चाहिए
బుక్ ఏం లేదు మేడం, ఇది ఒకటే ఉంది, ఇది అండ్ ప్లాంట్ ఉంది మేడం.
names, sessions.
We need one more chair.
Sorry? Arey, one nahi, balki because there is a chairman of the session also.
हाँ फिर तो डबल हो जाएंगे.
नहीं नहीं, खाली सेशन चेयरमैन के लिए सीट चाहिए प्लस 9 लोगों के लिए 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9
And 10.
प्लस we
10.
need 10 chairs.
10 दो chairs
नाम
चाहिए.
करा पाएंगे? मुझे नहीं लगता करा पाएंगे. Let's reduce our job. क्या
You
कहते
tell
हैं?
me. मतलब
करवाना
करा भी
तो
देंगे तो
है।
वो it will take time. ऐसा तो नहीं है कि एकदम
नाम
अभी
skip
हो
करना
जाएगा.
पड़ेगा, but this is between us. I have not told you, but we are skipping it. अगर कल को कोई कुछ बोलेगा, I can't take this thing on my head.
ठीक है.
नाम हम अभी
तो अभी
टोटल 8 चेयर कोई और टाइप की चेयर करा दो यार.
ब्लैक वाले वो लगाएंगे
मतलब
सेंटर में यहीं पे.
I'm in the conference room. I'm in the conference room.
So there are 9. मतलब ऐसे है ना.
तो फिर एक काम करें, सबके एक एक रेप को बुलाएं ऊपर बिठाने के लिए. लेट्स ब्रिंग ओनली वन रेप. मेरे पास आओ. वन रेप को बुलाते हैं. ये बंदा एक
वापस आएंगे
वापस है. अरे एक के दूसरा फिर तो एक कम हो गया. ये भी नहीं है.
अरे ठीक है फिर 2 लोग हैं नहीं.
एक और चाहिए.
सर कौन आ रहा है? नहीं लगा रहे.
अब नेम प्लेट नहीं लगा रहे हैं. 250 लोग. सुनो लगा दोगे 2 मिनट में.
है सर.
लगानी तो थी
5 मिनट कम से कम चाहिए.
लगानी तो है बस. आ जाओ.
लगा देंगे सर.
4 5 6 7
आज 9 चेयर बढ़िया अपने पास लड़के साइड पे.
टोटल 8 चाहिए. अब 8 हो जाएगा. चेयरमैन 8.
अच्छा ये मेरे को उसको भी बताना
नहीं 9 भी पड़ी है पीछे.
ये दोनों नहीं
वो
है.
नहीं बुलाएंगे. सेशन
लग गए वो
बुलाएंगे बट मैं सेशन कोऑर्डिनेटर
पे इवेंट में चाहिए.
So that is your job.
You had a good breakfast?
Yes, perfect, yeah.
Good.
That's good, yeah. I'm not sure whether we're supposed to go for coffee with the minister or not, but we're not still in the lift, so we expect.
I'm in the conference room stage. So I was just telling her how we feel.
Because of WhatsApp?
Yeah. I lead only up.
Sure.
अरे वही बोल रहे कर दूंगी 2 मिनट रहना 5 मिनट. Yeah, should be good. Photo क्या कर रहा है ये हैं? ये वाली चेयर रखवाना तुम. ये वाली रखवाना.
Yeah, I can do that. I have that information.
Let's
I've got that one.
Can you come up? That's your breakfast. I don't like that. So I'm on the same boat. We both are on the same boat. We'll have after the first session.
ये पीछे रख दो और सबको हैंड ओवर कर देना.
ये हटा दीजिए. This one.
यार ये पॉट छोड़ दो इसमें ना अच्छे दिख रहे हैं खराब
Speaker's
दिख रहे
going to come up onto the stage at the start.
Yeah.
I'm going to introduce
So the
them
point
one
is,
time.
okay, I'll take this one and explain.
Yeah.
Now, when you speak, because you are the session chairperson,
Yes.
and you are the session coordinator as well.
Yes.
So we're coming up here, do we, to start off
I believe
with?
so.
Yeah.
And John is here.
Yeah.
He's not there. We know that.
Yeah.
We both are here. Clive is not there. And you know this.
Yeah.
We both are here.
Okay. Yes.
Does that mean we have a little extra time, or have you got replacements?
Sorry?
Do you mean we have extra time, or is it replacements? No, oh, okay, so one for each of them. No.
He's actually here.
Hi. Nice to meet you. So what, yeah. they will do it when they start.
Yeah, I guess most people have an introduction within their talk, won't they?
Yeah,
So,
that might be more useful.
so if I just introduce this as a station.
Can you introduce them and we don't have to, yeah, we don't have to say, we don't have to say the position, it is, we just need to say the name.
It's just those two columns.
Every positions and others will be given by the individual. They will just
You've got an introduction in yours, have you?
As in,
Who you are.
yes, I can do. In fact, I wrote a few lines which I put through last night, but I can say a couple of lines.
Yeah, just who you are, where you're from.
Yeah, no problem at all. Yeah.
So that makes it easier for me. I can just
Good morning. I didn't have a chance to meet you.
It's absolutely okay. Absolutely.
just thinking here, logistically here, we're also...
I am John Richard from Boxing. Nice to meet you, excellent. Still from Siemens, that's good.
Actually, I've been with this company all my life, more or less. Okay. One brief stint with German Railways.
Yeah.
And then in Siemens. They paid better.
It's always a good thing.
Actually, it's true they did, because I was migrating to Siemens after I'm from East Germany when the war came down.
Yeah.
So before I had about 300 Deutsche Mark, and then I had suddenly 2,500. That was quite a big difference.
Yeah.
But then I had to pay more rent.
Yeah, it all gets eaten up, doesn't it? Yeah.
But I mean, the thing is, a company like Siemens, I have worked for them for 31 years, but in 20 different roles and countries and places, and with family moving for 11 years, we were living in different places. So somehow, that's the beauty of a big company. Somehow you feel like you're working for different companies all the time.
Yeah. Well, I used to work for various, I've been in the railway 32 years now, with various companies, and I left, during lockdown, I left Park Signaling to go to work for Alstom for a year, and didn't like it in Alstom, and came back. It was when doing the acquisition of Bombardier.
I was, because there was a Siemens Alstom were thinking about marrying, marriage, and everyone was praying, please not, please not.
Yeah.
Because the Germans and the French together.
What I heard, I'm just taking everything.
We would, it would have been like two
okay, see you in just 5 minutes.
carnivores trying to eat each other.
Yeah. I mean, Alstom really no publicity. They don't like to come to shows.
My pen's gone,
so very different.
But they are successful.
Oh well, that's
I have to admit, I mean, Siemens successful as well globally, but here in India, Alstom is running circuits around.
Okay.
At least me in certain areas.
Really?
Which I find stimulating.
Frustrating, I bet.
Yeah, but in the end, I know what they're doing, and they are just in India. They're more aggressive.
Yeah.
They do pricing, which I don't know. It doesn't. Okay.
It doesn't add up.
Everyone makes their own tactical decisions. So, okay. So you're that's what you're working for.
Park Signaling, sorry.
Park Signaling.
Yes.
And that's an English company.
It is, yes. So you get only 40 people, but we're bought out by Unipark, which is a big company in the UK, and we specialise in small signalling solutions, lower cost signalling. We do a lot of work
I
on
saw
the
the agenda. So you have 1 or 2 slots with, or at least 1 slot, lower cost signalling.
That's right. Yes, that's one side. Maybe my boss was going to come out, but he's not here. Just me. But yeah, so we do a lot of stuff that plugs into SSI. So you got your smart lock and your the smart lock in West Ham and all those kind of things on there. So that smart lock's Alstom into yours West Ham. But we have monitoring equipment that goes on SSI. So we've got that relation with the old technician's terminal. And also stuff that monitor the data links. That's right. Yes. And just means that can go, and also fault finding out at the location cabinets and that kind of thing. And then we've got some replacement stuff you'll see we do on here for other old life expired signalling type things. So
and you have a market in India for this already, or
we think so. We're just trying to scope it out for the one we're coming up with, Diablock, which replaces the token instruments. So it's an electronic version of that.
We haven't got Clive
is a big topic in India.
He's not here today.
But they have 3 competing solutions. And I mean,
we haven't got
we
Ian
try to make a decision which one to favor. And the one that is being favored right now seems to be
So basically, sir, I would need CV of this
the least
person.
robust solution.
That's right.
And it's favored because there are
This is John Richmond, so he's
partners
the
of the game
bottom
that
one.
would want this.
I don't know where Mr. Venka's
It's okay. I mean, I don't mind. I don't have to stick
No,
with this, but I realized that somehow there would be solutions I would, from a signaling engineer point of view, feel better.
Yes. Yeah.
No, yeah.
Yeah. Well, it'll be interesting. You see what's on there and have a look at our information. It's interesting because it replicates what's out there, but the actual clever stuff's on the electronics. The front end can be anything. So we can interface with the ETCS if we want to, rather than just with older signals.
That's certainly not in India. They don't want ETCS.
No.
Yeah, but I have wasted 4 years of my life being, I don't know, strung about. I don't know. The customers were basically making big statements about ETCS countrywide, and in the end, we were doing everything we could, and in the end, it was scrapped.
Frustrating when you spend that much time and effort.
Yeah, but on the other hand, I had lots of intercultural experience. I was, in the end, I personally got something out of it.
Good.
I mean, Siemens financially was a total waste. But personally, I mean, if I look, working for a small company, the company would be very frustrated because the money we basically invested in without return was quite large. I would say 5 million. Over time. Because several tenders, big teams, and everyone, most of them were from Europe, and they are costly. And then large teams flying in, Indian teams flying to Europe for bid alignment meeting. And then lots and lots of customer workshops over years. And I would say 5 million is decent.
Yeah, I mean, that's our kind of like turnover for a year sort of thing. We're only 40 people in the company, but we do punch above our weight, I think, certainly in the UK. In what we do for the industry and such like, so we're hoping we can do that out here in India as well.
You have to, I think, be very careful to see, is there really a market or is it a hype?
We found the same thing in Malaysia at one point. We did a little bit of, in Indonesia we did a little bit of work. We thought there might be more coming on, but
more straightforward. I mean, I was the country head in Malaysia for a few years, and for our mobility business, and I had the impression that before that I was in Thailand for 7 years. And Thailand was lots of talking, not much happening. And Malaysia was talking and 50-50 happening. Okay. So a much better ratio of things happening.
So you're used to the temperature and the humidity then?
Yeah, but I have returned back to Germany full-time 10 years ago. Since then I'm still traveling and I'm here, but I was used to this temperature, but now it's hurting me like most Europeans. Okay, but luckily there's aircon everywhere, so
that helps. Yes.
Without aircon, I was always saying, aircon is the most important invention of humanity, mankind. It's amazing to see how people survive. Okay, if you have no choice, you survive wherever you are. But every time I get out of the taxi, I rush to be in the hotel.
I mean, even the walk from the hotel to here today, I was tripping with sweat. It's only around the corner, so it's not far.
Yeah, but around the corner can mean a lot here. We did that with the colleagues. We went for dinner, and he checked it's 1.5 kilometers. That's more. We did this. And on the way to the restaurant, it was kind of okay. But we were eating some spicy stuff, and then on the way back, we were sweating like pigs. It was crazy. And from a German point of view, 1.5 kilometers is around the corner. So, but for here, this going to an event, I wouldn't want to change that.
No, exactly.
And at least not with a jacket, impossible. But today is the first time that I'm wearing a jacket here. I've been here for 2 weeks already.
I've got a spare one for you.
I only arrived in the early hours of yesterday, so I just had my I'm still on getting to time and everything as well, so I just had a 20-minute quick power snooze.
You can have another 20 minutes when I speak.
It should be interesting. Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you. So are we staying up here, or we are sitting and then we be cold, or I don't know?
No, I'm not sure. I think we probably want to call you to the stage.
No, I think we're starting on the stage. I believe each speaker will be up here on the stage.
That's clear.
I don't know. Somebody is
down there.
No, I think up here. I think. So I'm just going to do a very brief introduction, and then we'll go into each of the pages. I'm going to ask each person, because we haven't had time to put a sort of biography of things together, I'll just ask each speaker just to very brief.
Before they get the idea.
Yes.
That makes more sense.
Yes.
Can I have your attention, please? We are about to start the session number 1, technical session number 1, and the chairman relay board is also on the way, so he will address the gathering. I would request all our participants and delegates and speakers to be kindly assembled in the beam hall. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Oh yes, I was running it during tough time. But
Axel.
Which way? 10 मिनट का अलग बिकॉज CRB हैं, ये स्टार्ट नहीं हो रहा है अभी, यू नो दैट।
हाँ जी, हाँ वो आएंगे, लेकिन क्या हुआ?
प्रदीप जी, you have given your presentations ऊपर वाले कमरे में ना, आपको सारा कुछ दे दिया था ना, सारी चीजें
Everything नहीं लो सर यहाँ पे
है ना, and that thing is working? हाँ, ये आपके पास है। Perfect. Okay. Sorted.
मुझे नहीं पता मुझे क्यों बुलाया यहाँ पे।
और वो 10 मिनट के लिए अपना सेशन करेंगे, वो CRB को।
मेरा यहाँ से
रजिस्ट्रेशन काउंटर पे है, रजिस्ट्रेशन काउंटर पे है कॉपीज। I'll just ask. That green वाला thing ना?
No, okay. Can you get me this paper list, the small one?
You can have. Can you please switch off the mic for a minute, please? Mic को बंद कर देंगे, please. Audio close.
करण, करण भाई, मुरली, ऑडियो कंसोल पे कौन है भाई? पोडियम माइक बंद कर दो। प्लीज चेक मैम, बंद हो गया? बंद नहीं हुआ भाई। पोडियम माइक बंद करो, पोडियम माइक।
Start with the chairman. You can make my here.
out your reason.
Somebody before you fact check on
The session coordinator.
I'm the one who interrupt. I think
somebody should sit here.
it will be 5 minutes, 1 minute.
Signal नहीं अंदर से मैं यही हूँ स्टेज पर ही कॉर्डलेस 2 माइक और सुनील के पास से बेल भी लाओ बेल ठीक है ये दोनों
Who is the chairman for the next session?
Check.
माइक ऑन कर दो मुरली.
It's there. Done. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to request each one of you to kindly take your chairs. First of all, welcome back after your tea break. If you can all please settle down now. We shall be starting the first session in the next few minutes. But before that, I would like to inform each one over here that we are expecting the Chairman and CEO of Railway Board, Mr. V.K. Tripathi, to be joining us soon in the next few minutes. So once he comes over here, we shall be first receiving him and listening to his thoughts or his opening address. And after that, we shall open with the first session. So I'm going to request everyone over here to kindly settle down. Please put your phones on silent mode. I do hope you enjoyed your breakfast and that you had a good networking session. Here's to us looking forward to a good, fruitful first session also after the high tea. Please just make yourselves comfortable. We are expecting the CRB to arrive any time now. Thank you so much.
Hello.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome you all to the IRSE International Technical Seminar and Exhibition 2022. As you all already know, we are done with the inaugural session in the morning, and I do hope you enjoyed your high tea. We are all set to now begin with the sessions of the day. We shall be looking forward to 3 sessions during the course of this day. For now, we shall be starting with the first session. Now, before I go ahead and announce the first session of the day and the session coordinator, I'll just take a few minutes of your time right now over here, because we have indeed been now joined by the Chairman and CEO Railway Board, Mr. V.K. Tripathi over here. We would like to welcome him amongst us over here, ladies and gentlemen. May I also please request him to kindly come up on the stage over here so that we can also felicitate him for the day. Welcome, sir, once again. A very warm welcome to you. We were waiting for you for a very long time earlier to inform all of you over here. He was a little preoccupied with the minister earlier, hence couldn't make his presence felt over here in the first session of the day with us. But now, since he has joined us over here, we are truly thankful that he's been able to do that and take out his time today for us in the seminar. First of all, we would want to felicitate Mr. V.K. Tripathi today over here. To do the honors, I would like to request Shri G.K. Dwivedi, President IRSTE India, to kindly felicitate Mr. V.K. Tripathi. Thank you so much, and a very warm welcome to you, Mr. Tripathi, once again. Thank you for joining us over here. I would now, in fact, like to invite Mr. V.K. Tripathi to come over here at the podium and address the audience with a few of his thoughts and also the opening address for each one of us for the session. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the Chairman and CEO Railway Board, Mr. V.K. Tripathi.
President IRSE, Mr. Jan Bridges, Chairman IRSE India, Shri A.K. Mishra, my colleagues of Railway Board, officers from Zonal Railways, ex-railway officers, representatives from the industry, press and electronic media representatives, ladies and gentlemen. I am happy that the IRSE Indian section and IRST in association with IRSE UK have organized this seminar to explore the challenges and successes of the global signaling and communication industry and how India has played its part. The country's growing foothold in the international railway community is a strong reminder of its ability to fully exploit India's technical capabilities. Indian Railways, the 4th largest railway network in the world, transported a record 1,418 million tons cargo in the last financial year. In addition to carrying multitude of passengers and simultaneous creation of infrastructure, IR has always played a stellar role in meeting the logistics needs of the country and is rightly called the lifeline of the nation. Indian Railways has a vision to develop a world-class system which shall be able to cater to demand by keeping pace with growth and complement the economic development. Accordingly, the National Rail Plan was released by Ministry of Railways in the year 2020, keeping the year 2050 as the horizon, and the objective enhancing the modal share of railway to 40 to 45% of logistics market, primarily by creating adequate capacity ahead of demand. Mission 3000 million ton has also been formulated as an immediate milestone towards achieving the ambitious target of NRP by identifying and prioritizing crucial capacity enhancement work for implementation before 2027. In order to achieve this vision, a series of initiatives have been contemplated by IR to bring a strategic shift in railways operations, passenger safety and security, improving the throughput and enhancing customer satisfaction. One of the key initiatives is to modernize railway signaling and telecommunication. The theme of seminar, The Age of Intelligent Railways, a Digital Era, appears to be in sync with the current requirement of IR. In today's environment where IR is going for higher speed, safe travel and enhancing capacity of passenger and goods services, digitalization needs to be pursued as a strategy to achieve these goals in line with Digital India vision and make India Atmanirbhar for digital transformation in rail sector. IR is going in a big way in providing software-based systems in signaling and telecommunication like automatic train protection systems, electronic interlocking, automatic signaling based on latest technology, CTC, etc. Last year, 400 plus electronic interlocking and approximately 800 route kilometers of Kavach were commissioned. To achieve these objectives at a faster pace, we need more and more inputs from the industry. IR wishes to collaborate with the industry to achieve the vision for this, our industry partners need to escalate or scale up capacity for embedded software system like Kavach, electronic interlocking, MSDAC. At present, we face serious bottleneck in doing the EIs, providing MSDAC, even providing Kavach. All those limitations have to go away if we have to achieve our plans, what we have thought. Invest in research and development to have world-class products of railway signaling for self-reliance and export potential. Make India a global hub for signaling products and collaborate with ERISET to train manpower for railway signaling. It is also the high time that we move from periodic maintenance to preventive to predictive maintenance. In telecommunication, IR is moving from implementation of long-term evolution-based mobile train radio communication system across its routes to provide secure and reliable voice, video and data communication services for operational safety and security applications. It is heartening to note that over the next 2 days, very interesting papers with topics on future signaling solutions, data sensing and asset management, safety and standards, project implementation, data and communication will be discussed in this seminar by a range of international and IR speakers. This definitely will go in a long way to understand the challenges and successes of global signaling and telecommunication industry. This seminar by IRSE and IRSTE India will definitely help in mission of providing intelligent railways for improving safety, capacity and services on IR. I once again give my compliments for organizing such seminar. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Mr. V.K. Tripathi, for those words. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to request Shri G.K. Dwivedi, President IRSTE India, once again to kindly present a memento to the Chairman and CEO of Railway Board, Mr. V.K. Tripathi. Can we please have a round of applause? I believe we all just came back from Haiti. We all should be high on energy right now, everyone. Thank you. Thank you so very much. And thank you once again, Mr. V.K. Tripathi, for gracing the occasion for us over here today. We deeply appreciate the fact that you could make out time for us for this occasion. To all the dignitaries seated on the dais, thank you so very much for having joined us and for having given Mr. Tripathi also company over here. I would like to request each one of you to kindly now take your chairs in the audience over there in the front row, please. Can we have a round of applause, everyone, for all our dignitaries on the dais? And ladies and gentlemen, with this I can finally say that we shall now be starting the first session of the day. The session is called the Future Signaling Solutions, and the session coordinator of this session will be Executive Director, Gati Shakti S&T Railway Board, Mr. Sudeep Srivastav. So may I please invite on stage Mr. Sudeep Srivastav to kindly come up, as he shall be coordinating this entire session on future signaling solutions. Can we have a round of applause, everyone, please, in the audience? Thank you. I officially now hand over the session to Mr. Sudeep Srivastav. He shall take over from here to invite all the speakers and the chairperson for this session from here. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoy your session. Thank you.
Thank you. So as Delhi welcomes the monsoon, I would like to welcome all of you to the first session of this international seminar on railway signaling. This session is titled Future Signaling Solutions, which is not only thought-provoking, but something that we all look forward to. So without taking any more of your time, I would like to invite today's chairman and along with their presenters. So first of all, I would request the chairman of this session, Mr. Ian Bridges, to please come on the dais. Now I would call the presenters, Mr. Axel Munich, Mr. G.K. Duvedi, Ms. Priya Agrawal, Krishnan Venkatraman, Akhilesh Yadav, Mr. Nikhil Swami, and Mr. John Richardson. They are requested to join me on the dais for the session. I did announce his name. I think he missed it.
One thing is, you should be using this. After 15 minutes, you should press 5 minutes. 1 minute before you should press it.
Yeah, for this session. That's true.
It's already switched on. Don't put it on, put it on. Because you will speak.
Oh, okay.
And if anybody wants to use this, I think
that can be for the interaction if they have to ask.
No, some of you want to use other stuff.
So, welcome to all the presenters on the dais. Now I would like to introduce our chairman for this session, Mr. Ian Bridges. He is the ex-president of IRSE for 21-22. He's from UK and he has got experience of 45 years in signaling. He has been delivering signaling project. Some of the key achievements of his are VHLC, which is a PLC-based interlocking in US, Smart Lock, which is now with Alstom in United Kingdoms, and Electrologics, which is also one type of interlocking. So now I would request the chair of this session to say a few words to start it. Thank you.
Thank you. So, welcome to the first session of the day. As you've already heard, it's going to be on future signalling solutions. So at this point of the day, we're looking forward to what might be coming next. During this session, we've got 5 papers. Preceding each of the papers, the speakers will give a very short introduction to themselves. That'll help us to save just a little bit of time. The 5 papers are going to cover cloud-based signalling, a future vision, an Indian automatic train protection system, assessing low-cost ETCS portable solution for low-priority railway traffic, trends, innovations and digitisation in train detection systems, and then lower-cost signalling solutions. For this session, we are short of 2 speakers today. Clive Roberts is not here at the moment, and Ian Allison is unable to attend, but everybody else is here for that session, this session. So I think without further ado, we'll move on. And the first paper that is presented is by Axel Munich from Siemens in Germany. So if I invite you to take the stand.
So, the big moment. Okay. What should I say now? Good afternoon or still good morning? So, at lunchtime, I never know what to say. Good lunchtime would really make sense.
Let's take a minute. So, let me set the rules of today's first session. We have got 5 presentations. We have got 2 hours of time. So, let us have 20 minutes for each sessions. After 15 minutes, I'll ring the bells just to sound that, well, we need to now conclude. And then we can have a 20 minutes of interactive session. So is that okay with the permission of Chairman? I think we can.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you. Yes.
So it seems like he knows me. I have a tendency to talk longer. So maybe that's why he was saying 20 minutes. Okay, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, fellow engineers, friends and colleagues. There is a Siemens block in the middle, and I hope they will cheer me on later. Yes, thank you. Yeah, I'm the master of my own slides. I mean, I have created them, and I can flick them through, but Pradip was saying he can overrule me if he feels I'm taking too much time. Okay, I'm supposed to say a few words about myself, but before I do this, just quickly, the topic today is cloud-based signaling, and I'm very honored and pleased to have the first technical presentation slot. And so I will not be arrogant and say this is the most important one, and after that it's going downhill. I'm just saying this is really an honor to talk about these things. But cloud-based signaling is a concept that doesn't really mean much for many people, and I could actually bore you with 200 slides, technical details, and I'm not planning to do this. I will stay at a relatively high level, and we will be at the Siemens booth in the dark corner behind the room, and we will be able to answer any question you may have, and I'm really looking forward to further questions coming over the next, so he's already looking forward to flicking to the next slide. My name is Axel Munch. I'm coming from Siemens Germany, and actually it's Munch, not Munich, but the headquarters of Siemens is in Munich, which is okay for me if someone introduces me as Axel Munich. It links it with our Siemens company. I'm a railway signaling engineer, but I had humble beginnings. More than 40 years ago, I worked for German Railways as a signaling technician. And yesterday, when I had to provide my CV, a colleague was saying, don't say technician, that sounds so low. But I'm proud of my beginnings, because I was repairing interlockings, mechanical interlockings, electromechanical interlockings, and that gave me a great insight in how things work. And now I'm talking about cloud-based signaling. It's quite a big journey, and that's great, to be honest. And I had this opportunity to go through this journey. And without giving you more details now, I could actually fill my 20 minutes with this. Let's talk about cloud-based signaling. I will give you an overview why we are actually talking about this, what's the background, some technical information, benefits we see that would come for the customers and technical community, and in the end I will give you a couple of reference information. It will be short and concise. That's my plan, at least. So let's see if this works. Okay, I failed already. No, I didn't. I was too fast. No, that goes in the wrong direction. How can I go back here, please? Can I go back with this thing? Can you? Sorry. Do I have to press 2 buttons at the same time? I'm not good with this. Okay. Okay, there was supposed to be another slide, but somehow do I need to speak in this one? No. Okay. There was supposed to be another slide. I wanted to say a few things where cloud-based signaling is coming from. The slide is somehow not there. So just saying, where is it coming from? It's all about innovation. We are with cloud-based signaling not inventing new signaling systems. We are not saying that ATP and interlockings will be very different. It provides more or less the same set of features, but it does it more efficiently. That's the idea. By using modern and very powerful IT infrastructure, doing the things the railway does today in more efficient ways. Less hardware. Okay, I will come to that when I go to the technical slides. But that was supposed to be the background of the other slide. And innovation is not related to just one topic. There are various streams of innovation right now. There is passenger-centric innovation, making life easier for passengers. There is operator-centric innovation, getting more throughput on an existing railway line. And there is the efficiency topic. Doing things better, less energy consumption, less hardware, more independent of, let's say, obsolescence topic. And the third topic is where we are coming from with cloud-based signaling. The key aspect with signaling today is it is limited by constraints. There are constraints everyone knows throughout history. In signaling, we started with wires, and initially aluminum wires, then copper wires, and all of them have limitations in dimension, in length. And so typically signaling systems are limited by the radius of a station with the cable lengths. And another limitation is interlockings themselves can only handle a certain number of elements. I'm very proud of what Siemens has achieved here with some very large stations, thousands of elements, but still there is a limitation what conventional hardware, interlocking hardware can handle. And the other very big topic is today everything is done with, let's say, bespoke hardware, interlockings, ATP, train management systems, all of them are using bespoke hardware. And that's great. I mean, it's good for companies. We are making decent money with this by providing bespoke hardware. We have factories full of people producing that. But somehow, 15 years later, we have obsolescence issues. So these things, they are flowing together to create, let's say, a battlefield where we can do things better. And that's where the benefits come in from cloud-based signaling. Okay, a very simple starting point, no limits in coverage distance. Actually, okay, I want to look. Who did that? You? Or it's doing it on my own. Is that AI enabled? If I look back, then it changes? It's cloud-based. Okay. Let's hope this, or maybe you have a timer in there that after 5 minutes it goes through the next slide. Okay, that slide is actually, it looks even more, it looks better for you anyway. It has more content. Yeah. Okay. The first slide is about the limitations. The first segment of that slide, you know this. They are your traditional interlockings. They're connected to the field with wiring. Then that's actually a very big step in the middle. When we talk about cloud, this is not a jump from, let's say, 0 to 100 in one go. It will not work. In signaling systems, the cloud needs to be connected to legacy assets. The systems are out there, point machines, access counters, color light signals, and they all need to be connected in a way which is already IP enabled. And there is a step in the middle which is important. And the interlocking on the top, okay, we are talking about cloud-based signaling. Here the focus is on interlocking, but it's actually not, let's say, the limitation. It is actually the same concept for other things that have assets in the field and will be connected to something that is IP-based. So here the interlockings are connected to every element in the field via Ethernet, via data cable. And there is a standard emerging based on ULink standards. Most of you will have heard this, and so that's not something that was just invented. That has been under discussion and evolution for quite some time, but it's out there now. The connecting option to the field elements via data protocols is something that is It's now there. And every element in the field, as I said, point machines, track circuits, axle counters, will have a little component right next to that field. We call it element controller, various names. These elements have short cable connections to that field element, and then they are connected to the Ethernet connection, and that goes back to the central part of the signaling system. And it can be anywhere, because we are now free of cable connections. We don't have these size limitations anymore. And you see, there is still, okay, the good thing is, I was trying to mark this in yellow, but it got lost. This is unlimited control distance now. So basically the confines of where you put your central hardware and where you have your field elements, it's gone. The next important thing, which is still there, it's still proprietary hardware, not the field, the element controllers and these things. They are merging towards a standard, but the interlockings would still in this middle thing, the digital interlocking. It's still based on proprietary hardware. So if there are projects out there, I will give you a quick reference after, where we have provided this concept. It controls one whole country out of one interlocking. It's Norway. Thousands of elements, thousands of kilometers, everything from one location, but it's still a digital interlocking, which means it uses our proprietary hardware. But the whole country can be controlled from one location. And then the next step is the cloud-based, shifting the digital, let's say, central part into a cloud. And that's where everything changes. Because you see down there, we still had this proprietary hardware. The next point is, it is hardware independent. And it uses traditional, not traditional, sorry, let's say mass market server architecture. So that's not from Siemens or from Alstom or from Thales. Okay, now Hitachi. But it is architecture which Amazon would use, which Google would use, which is generic but very powerful computer systems that are now available to run signaling systems. So that's a big step forward. And there are words which I find hard to grasp. Limitless scalability. It sounds a bit like a marketing word, but I have talked to the technical colleagues. Is it really limitless? And they say you can scale up. I mean, the Amazons of this world, they are serving millions or billions of customers, and they are using that type of server architecture to handle limitless numbers of customers with their data and so on. And so there is basically now something available which will actually allow the system to be taken to the next level. And the cloud-based signaling is where we are jumping from an interlocking to a signaling system. This is what we call a real data center. In the end, just looking at an interlocking is not sufficient. Where the real benefit comes is by putting more or less every central element of the transportation sector into the same cloud. And okay, maybe not the same location of the cloud, but into a cloud where all these central systems from interlockings, from radio block centers, from Kavach, from train management systems, from ATO, where all of them can interact and exchange data and create synergies. And this ties back to a slide which is not here. This, I had a little circle of innovation, and the innovation the railway aims for is for a greater benefit. This is not the benefit of buying cheaper signaling systems. It's about getting more efficiency into an existing railway network. It's about providing better service to passengers and to goods customers, to basically be fully able to fulfill the demand of your customers. And by putting all these things in the cloud, creating synergies that are maybe not even recognized today, but they are there. The opportunity will be there by doing this. So let's see. I still have 5 minutes. Ah, he is in control of me. He is the puppet master. Okay. So. To him, and then. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. So somehow, if you give marks later, I failed this slide forwarding task. Okay. No, that's okay. It's kind of a joke. Sorry. Yeah, there's obviously, if we are talking about cloud-based systems with unlimited scalability, with let's say putting a lot of the important systems into central systems, which are not so visible to railway customers. And today, railway customers in India, for example, you see and touch what you own, what you have paid for. But if you put it into the cloud, it's kind of gone. And obviously, it becomes very important that you are confident that, okay, you're not the customers. I mean, there are, some customers, but lots of fellow engineers. So that it's very important that everyone is 100% confident that the system will be 100% available, that there are no, let's say, failures at a level where it would be catastrophic. Not from a safety point of view, but if you lose operation in the whole country because something fails, that's a no-go. It cannot happen. It must not happen. So obviously the requirements on, let's say, that type of system will focus very much on reliability, availability, and safety. These things are the key topics where every engineer and every customer will say, can you guarantee that the system will work like a Swiss clock? Okay, the Japanese clock, and that works fine. But so there are concepts now available, not concepts, the technology allows to create a level of redundancy which conventional signaling systems cannot create. We have 2 out of 3 systems, obviously, but this one allows geo-redundancy at a level which means you basically duplicate the data and everything in several locations. And dependent on the amount of money someone wants to spend, you might duplicate or triplicate. I don't know if that's a word, triple or whatever. You can put this in many locations, and in the end, this is seamless transfer between these locations. So the cloud, I mean, we know this from, okay, I have to be careful. I mean, in my view, Google, Amazon, normally they don't fail. I'm through? 5 more minutes, okay. Okay, good. So I'm passionate about this, so that's why I keep talking, because I find it exciting. It is really a quantum leap. It unburdens us from things that are hustling basically the industry today with obsolescence issues, with all these things. In the future, or in a cloud-based environment, the hardware is being taken off by people who really handle this professionally. They do that all the time. It's generic, they call it commercial off-the-shelf hardware, but it's still very important, powerful hardware. But it can be replaced, but the application, signaling applications, they will be transferred to the next level of hardware without actually any disturbance. So somehow the life cycle handling of these systems will be much, much easier. They will not create any traditional problems anymore. So, okay, maybe we go to the next slide if you, okay. No, that's, okay, yeah, please, one more. Next one. Okay, just 2 slides on to show that this is not just a vision. The slide had the word vision. There are 2 projects out there, at least Siemens is implementing 2 projects right now, one in Norway, which we are very proud of. We are implementing, let's say, the wayside signaling systems, interlockings, and auto elements, and radio block center, and so on, for the whole country. And it's all located in one central location. From Oslo, the whole country will be operated. And this is not fully cloud-based. It's digital interlocking, but with these Ethernet interfaces connecting everything out there in the country. And this will have ETCS level 3 hybrid included as well. So feature-wise, it's quite advanced. But it is a big step towards a cloud-based infrastructure. Everything is there to take it to the next level. So can you go to the next slide? To the next as well. Okay, and the second example is it's a true cloud-based interlocking, but scaling-wise, it's much smaller. It's just one station. But you have to start small, yeah, if you want to walk without help. So here it's where we started small. It's one station in Austria, and there it is a full cloud-based interlocking. And it uses our new platform called DS3, Digital Smart Safe System, Okay, but I don't want to do any company advertising here. Yeah. So, and that platform resolves all the questions of signaling, how to transfer signaling, interlocking features into the cloud. That's a platform that can do it. And since that's saying 2020. Okay, on the next. Don't switch. No, sorry. This has been in operation since 2019 and in full operation since 2020. For the last 2 years, no glitch, nothing. The customer is very happy, we are very happy. So for us, we have the proof of concept. And I firmly believe, give it a few more years, that will be very normal in the market. So we are just opening the door. So I have covered my 20 minutes. Thank you very much, and if you have questions, I'll be more than happy to answer. Thank you.
Well, we'll take questions at the end of the session, if that's okay.
Okay.
Take it towards the end. Towards the end.
The decision is basically we are going through all the presentations and ask questions later. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. It was a very interesting topic on which you spoke. Obviously, there will be many queries and questions on this, which will be taken up once we are through with all the presenters. Now, after the cloud-based signaling, we come to India's own Kavach system. And there's a presentation on this by Mr. G.K. Dwivedi and Mrs. Priya Agrawal. I would request them to come on the podium and start the presentation. Thank you.
Very good afternoon to all of you. I know it's 12 in the morning. Many of us are feeling sleepy, so I'll try my best to keep you all awake. Myself, Priya Agrawal, working as Deputy Chief Signal and Telecom Engineer, South Central Railway. I have 14 years plus of experience in design and installations of various signaling systems over Indian Railways. This is a joint presentation by me and the President IRST, Shri G.K. Dwivedi ji. So I'll be presenting on behalf of the team. Just let me see how this works.
You can say next, you will do the...
Okay. So Kavach, there has been a lot of air about it in this seminar. We have a live stall also. So I will just introduce you about what the system is, and we as a South Central Railway have worked in, assisted the RDSO and design and then implemented over a small section. So we are here to share our experiences, learnings and some solutions which we learned the easy and the hard way, so that as different zones plan to go about it and roll it over the lengths and breadths of the Indian Railways, they can learn from our experience. As our Union Minister of State, Srimati Darshana Zardosh, also told in the morning about our Honorable Prime Minister's vision of Make in India. So this is a step in this direction. We plan to make our Indian economy a 5 trillion economy by 2024. And with our modern transportation systems will be a key enabler for that. And we know that rail is no far behind in that race. Currently, till yesterday, our loco pilots are a lot dependent upon their own ability to drive the train, because we don't provide a lot of assistance to them. And when we talk about high speeds, we need, there is a need for the automatic train protection system, which can help them, which can assist them in driving the trains. There are a lot of COTS product available in the market, but as every other country, we need a system which is customized to the Indian needs, and Kavach is an answer to that. Just shortly touching the working principles. Basically, like any other ATP system, this works on the exchange of signaling information between what we say an onboard unit, the loco, and the wayside system. So how this works is, there are RFID tags which are installed on the track, and the absolute location information of the train is captured by the loco using these tags. The system works on the wireless radio communication between the onboard and wayside using 5-spot radio frequencies. So this information is transmitted from the loco to the wayside Kavach. Now Kavach interfaces with the existing signaling system of Indian Railways because so it captures the information of signaling gears like points, signals, and take that information along with the absolute location of the locomotive, does some computation and calculates the movement authority, which is then relayed back to the loco over this wireless channel. And the loco Kavach system then supervises the speed based upon this movement authority and initiates braking in case the loco pilot fails to do so. So this is not an automatic train operation system, but is only an aid to loco pilots in driving the trains. These are the pictures of some of the subsystems. So on my left, we have a wayside Kavach unit. Next to it, we have an onboard Kavach unit. I don't have an LED pointer here. So what you see on the second row, third picture from the left, is an RFID tag which is installed on the track and which is read through a reader, which is shown in the first picture, first row, third picture. The communication is through wireless, through radio antennas which are installed on the tower and a modem kept at the foot of the tower. Then this picture, second row, first picture, is how the display looks like to the driver in the cab. And we have other antennas for time synchronization and sending some other events from loco to the central monitoring unit. Some of the intelligent features, as I said, one of the important critical feature of the system is it helps in preventing signal passing at danger. It provides continuous supervision to our loco pilots. Then there is another good feature which we have tried to work on along with our team at RDSO, that we have been given a feature of automatic whistling of LC gate. So when the train is approaching an LC gate, a system actuates in the loco to activate the whistling, thereby a step forward in preventing the LC gate accidents. So this is how the development started back in 2011. The FRS were started and prepared at RDSO. We did a proof of concept first in the lab, then in the field. Then the development order was awarded to Indian OEMs because we wanted it to be an Indian-based system with the primer focus on multi-vendor interoperability. Then after extensive trials in the field, the FRS were finalized and system was finally approved by three Indian vendors. And recently, 2 years back, the maintenance of that 265 kilometer has been taken by South Central Railway. So I'm here to basically present you what are the challenges that come first when it comes to Kavach. Right from the day the planning is done, preparation of estimates, till the time the tenders are floated, project is executed, the system is deployed in the field, and the maintenance of the system. And every step has to be very carefully thought upon, otherwise it becomes a vicious circle. So it is a relatively new technology, and there has been a very limited technical know-how available with us, which really created a bottleneck in the preparation of estimates for the new works. The tower which is used for the radio communication is another one important aspect of this project, and the designs has to be very carefully chosen, keeping in mind the soil bearing capacity, the location of the tower, height of the tower, and the kind of a radio coverage we want to do. Moreover, there is an intermediary unit called remote interface unit. I think the further presentations will talk about that also. So we have to decide when it comes an LC gate or an IB, we have to go with a full-fledged stationary cover system, or we can work alone with a remote interface unit. Then one of the most important criteria given Indian scenario is which locos to plan, because there is no point in a Kavach equipped loco is not running in a Kavach territory. And in Indian Railways, we have a mixed traffic where both the passenger and the goods locos are hauling on the same track. So we have to carefully choose what locos, what sheds, so that we can reap out the maximum benefits of the Kavach system. So all this requires extensive survey, and how we have learned is that we have made some standard survey formats which are very helpful in preparation of estimates. We have used some software simulation tools to decide the locations of the towers, because physically going to the site is quite a challenge. And we have worked our OEM partners also with our stakeholders also to basically prioritize what to do first and what to do next so that it is a smooth ride. It is a multidisciplinary project, so it is not about signaling all alone. There are a lot of other departments or the branches which are involved. No doubt we have with us our R&D partner RDSO who will be looking into all the technical aspects, the designs, standardization of designs. Then we have rolling stock, which is the user for the Kavach. So we need to get the nomination of the locomotives from them. The local links which needs to be equipped needs to be decided with them. We have to work with our civil engineering partners to decide for the tower designs, to get the approvals for the tower design. A lot of surveys are to be done. We have tried to use drones, so for that we have to take clearances from the RPF. And then there are departments outside railways which we need to coordinate. First of them is the Wireless Planning Commission, because we have to take licenses for operating those 5 frequencies. And Ministry of Civil Aviation also comes into the picture if the tower locations are close to communication hubs, maybe airport. So coming to the tendering stage, the works which were executed were based upon the 2-packet system with reverse auction. But now as per the recent guidelines which has been issued by our ministry, we are going with an EPC mode, engineering procurement and construction mode. So this is new to us. Though there have been a lot of EPC mode of tendering adopted for a lot of infrastructure projects, but I'm not aware if we are doing a lot of signaling works with EPC. So how Kavach gets rolled down in EPC is a story which is yet to be read. So we will see how this works. No doubt it requires a lot of expert design engineers and professional projects team. Coming to the execution part, it has 4 aspects. There is a communication aspect which I explained earlier, which consists of towers and all. There is a design aspect, because unlike any other signaling system, it will have its own sets of design documents. And installation, same for wayside and the onboard. And each stage is full of challenges. So we have to see what are the key aspects we have to look into. So communication has basically 3 important, I'll say, milestones. We are operating on 5 frequencies, though we are still working on integration of Kavach with LTE, but right now we are using a UHF frequency range. So these 5 frequencies, we need to get clearance from WPC, which I'll say, or based upon South Central Railway, is not an easy job. A lot of coordination is required. The lead time is very high, though they have used digitized the platform for filing of applications and payment gateways. But yet, if we get involved early in this stage, it will be good. Some of the frequencies requires coordination of defense, so then that is a further time. We are trying to work on a different range of frequencies now to ease this process. Depending upon the survey, we have tried to classify the towers also in the green, amber and red zone, so that we can give specific attentions to the critical bottlenecks and use software simulations to see the reach of the tower, to see the reach if we plan to erect the tower at that particular latitude and longitude location. Signal is the backbone. Wireless signal strength is the backbone of the system. So if your signal strength is poor in that region, the system will give challenges to work. So we have to do a lot of extensive RSSI surveys to see what is the desired signaling level and continuously work on antenna adjustment in the initial phase of installation, so that once the system is commissioned and put into commercial use, we don't have any communication glitches. This is the slide which shows a lot of inputs which goes into preparation of Kavach design documents. We use our existing signaling plan, table of control, engineering plan and other things, and to prepare the Kavach drawings, and finally the application logic is prepared. We need a very good design team for that. Given the paucity of the time, I will not go into the details of this. Once the application logic is prepared, like our EI system, it will undergo factory acceptance testing, loaded in the field and site acceptance tested. on the way side, one of the important challenge which we faced was the signaling alterations. Because if there is any signaling alteration coming as a result of some signaling infrastructure work, then there will be consequential coverage changes because it has to commensurate with the signaling installation. So what we can do is we can try to culminate the signaling works to avoid coverage repeated alterations again and again. And whenever surveys are required, we try to use drones because in the block section doing a manual survey is a great physical challenge. Onboard install, these are the number of subsystems which go into the logo. So there is a reader, there is the antennas, there is the driver machine interface and the brain, the logo coverage unit. The major challenge in that is getting availability of space in the locomotive because Indian Railways, we have a lot of variability in the layout of the fitment of different subsystems within the same loco type also. So we have to carefully choose the loco, seeing the feasibility of the space, feasibility of getting the logo. Because we cannot, the installation takes time and we cannot detain the logo just for the sake of installation, because that will lead to train detentions. So we have to carefully plan the fitment schedules to align with the maintenance schedules of the logo. Then we need a trained official nominated from the rolling stock department also, because if one such person is available, then the jobs get really easy. So as I discussed earlier, there are the number of things we need to consider: the type of traction, electrification of that section, what is the space availability, what is the circuit in which this loco is running, and the fitment plan. RDSO is working with us to standardize the fitment plan of these equipments in the loco. Coverage is, I will say, not a predictive maintenance system, but somewhere need-based maintenance because there are a lot of alarms which are there in the system. But still some works needs to be done. So based upon our experience, we have tried to do some system improvements like signing JPOs with the concerned departments, increasing the strength, increasing the frequency of the surveys, building a core maintenance groups. So these things really help in maintenance. Despite all this, I'll say we have not yet achieved the 100% mark of our desired RAM's performance, and we are further working in that direction. The loco simulators currently which are available with us are quite naive because we have to do a lot of dynamic field trials to capture the braking characteristics. And in Indian Railway scenarios, in high density route, it is simply not possible to get the path. So we are working with our partners to develop the loco simulators using advanced machine learning algorithms which can model site conditions, wheel conditions, weather conditions, so that we can reduce the requirement of the dynamic trials. Then the network monitoring system also, we are working with our partners to improve it because a lot of data is generated, but we have to do a lot of manual filtering in getting the performance reports. So we are trying to automate that process so that we can get useful performance and exception reports. So I'm not saying we have achieved the target, but yet this is a step in that direction. And to all signal engineers present over here, I will just conclude and say that this is not only a signaling system. It has to be a collaborated effort of all the departments which goes. There is a change in the GR and SR also, which requires then coordination with the traffic department. We have to think of the people, because change of culture is not an easy in any organization, and we have to adequately train our staff for that. I think that's it for my end. Thank you.
Thank you, Priya, for that comprehensive presentation on Kavach. We have a few more presentations on Kavach coming in today and even tomorrow. So now let's move to the next presentation. It is also on a very interesting topic, that is assessing a low-cost ETCS portable solution for low priority railway traffic. And the presenter for this will be Krishnan Venkateshwaran, and he is from University of Birmingham, United Kingdom. So please take over.
Thank you very much for that. So I'm Krishnan Venkateshwaran. I'm a research fellow at the University of Birmingham, specifically at the Birmingham Center for Railway Research and Education. I have been an academic for about 6 years now at the center, working with Professor Clive Roberts and the entire group on technology adaptations for the rail sector. At the center, we specifically look at how to use simulation and how to use microscopic simulation to assess technology and the impact it has on the surrounding sort of systems as such. So this is the basic sort of like, can you go back to the previous slide for me? Yeah. So before we start out, I'll just give you a basic sort of motivation for this topic. The reason why it's a low-cost ETCS portable solution is because ETCS is expensive to fit onto trains. And you can do it on new trains. When you buy them, you can specify them, and the likes of Siemens and Hitachi and Alstom will provide it to you from their shelf. But when you have a large inventory of trains and you need to fit them with new onboard technology to move forward, I think that's where the complexity sort of moves. So you can see here, this is the system architecture for an onboard system for ETCS. It has a balise readers, an EVC, a speed sensor system, and it has communication systems back to the RBC, or the radio block control systems as such. And in total, it touches a lot of systems on the locomotive which are safety critical. And which is why the cost of ETCS systems is so high. On the way side, you can see the signals being interlocked back into a central traffic management system and then back into the RBC, which then calculates movement authority and sends it back. So in total, it's a much more complex system to deal with. So the task that we have is that we were basically asked to look at, to identify what are the functional and physical requirements that we need to do. We can sort of like do away with, or we can sort of identify the core functional requirements and the core physical requirements that are required for ETCS level 2. And then specifically with onboard sort of components. So we then went through the list and classified them as what needs to be physically and what are the functional requirements. And then came up with a functional architecture for ETCS portable, where we said that the main things that it needs to do is it needs to talk to the RBC, it needs to collect system information, it needs to calculate train braking trajectories, it needs to monitor driver inputs, it needs to display the information to the drivers, and it needs to read balise information. The rest of it is all communication that can be offboarded from the train into like a lighter system. So the main interfaces that we looked at were GSMR, or the communication interface, the balise transmission module or the loop transmission module, odometry data, the DMI, the driver machine interface, and the data recorder, which is a legal requirement to have a data recorder that will record what the driver does. So these were the main interfaces that we looked at. And if you look at the sort of like kernel interface for the sort of like the ETCS kernel, it's not standard, but it's sort of like it's a requirement. It needs to transfer 3 categories of data. It needs to be able to receive loop telegrams. So basically, in terms of like, it needs to transfer standard language protocol messages onboard to offboard. It needs to be able to receive particular information from the offboard and then be able to basically decode that information to usable sort of parameters for the train to construct driving curves or braking curves on. Balise reader interfaces are fairly well defined in that you have the Eurobalise transmission system. It's sort of a telepowering, you generate a signal, and then the signals are programmed from wayside to transmit specific sort of information onto the train. And you have to have a specific immunity to environmental noise, because as the train goes on top, you need to be able to pick up data with a good integrity level. So the last one is the sort of like the power supply of the onboard equipment. For for the Bali's reading system, it should be powered from a power supply on the vehicle, and the interface of that power supply is not standardized. So you can have batteries, you can have APU systems that are running in the background, but there's no standardized sort of power supply. So in a portable system, the most critical sort of like area that we think about is actually power supply and how we power these portable systems to go back on. In the GSMR interface, you have voice communications or cab radio communications that come through through the cab radio, or in this case, Irene. In GSM, sort of like it consists of a mobile equipment and SIM card, and basically you get a man-machine interface that allows you to talk to a signaler from or the block controller from the actual cab. So in total, this is what an architecture for the cab radio looks like, and it's pretty complex from the looks of it, in that you have specific interfaces to the train, interfaces with the U-radio, with the train-borne recorder, intercom, and so on. So there's a lot of interactions that the cab radio has other than just transmitting movement authority to the train. In specific, when you look at the data-only radio, this is when you don't do voice and you only transmit the messages from off-board to on-board. You get a slightly more simpler system, and it creates basically it reduces complexity by a little bit. So the motivations for this portable ETCS system is that retrofitting a heritage locomotive. So the UK has a lot of heritage locomotives like steam traction, which are currently compliant for 4-aspect ATP operations with, so they trigger AWS, TPWS, and they have been fitted with loops for them to trigger brakes if they exceed movement authority. But to sort of move them onto ETCS is an expensive sort of like program for NR. And without fitment, these locomotives will not be able to provide excursions on ETCS territory. So if you want to run a steam locomotive down a really pretty piece of track, you won't be able to go through. I can see people shaking their head, but then I'll come back to sort of say this is more interesting than than just steam traction. The solutions that were previously sort of identified were not implemented due to the limitation of power supply. Imagine a very old locomotive, 90-year-old locomotive which is running on steam traction, or it's a locomotive restored to run on steam traction. Now you need to generate power that will be sufficient for running an ETCS EVC so that you can run all the systems on board. And that is additional power. And every time they came to the question of how do we do this, explosions were mentioned. And that's where the project stopped. So so in the ETCS portable sort of system, what we sort of thought about is that the elements in gray are what can be really portable. You can take the EVC and the driver machine interface, combine it into a very portable sort of unit, and leave the communications, the speed monitoring, and use the Bali's antenna reader as is to give you the sort of the message interchange between the trackside and the sort of like the onboard. So in terms of so when we go from a higher sort of like SIL levels, from safety integrity levels are pretty important in sort of ensuring that we don't crash these trains into other trains. So in our sort of concept, if we had just an advisory mode which would just advise you of how far away you need it to be, then that is one huge headway. So you'll need to add more margin. If you had a portable configuration, you could bring those trains slightly closer to each other, because now you have reduced the margin of complexity on those systems. And that will be second only to the ETCS level 2 headways, which are tightly margins, where your margins can be much more lower because it's a higher SIL level. So as you go down this diagram, the SIL levels keep increasing. And the idea is that when you run portable mode, you run with a higher headway between the traffic in front and traffic behind you, which is where you will get low priority traffic in the day. So we used our simulative called Brave. It's called Birmingham Railway Virtual Environment, where we can program the entire railway from infrastructure to signaling to interlocking to sort of like decide first what sort of junction architecture you require, and then simulate a railway for a day or for a month or for a year, and then do that continuously so that you can work out the optimum parameters, or you can test a timetable for resilience. So this is a simulator that we have developed within our group. And we use this simulator to simulate what an ETCS portable headway will look like, or a train in between ETCS level 2 trains will look like. So we chose a short piece of track, which is pretty, between Alexandra Palace and Nebworth, which is an excursion route. And we put together 6 or 7 stops on the way, and it's a specially heavy traffic zone in that it is the East Coast Main Line that goes through there, and the speeds are well up to 125, well up and over 125 miles an hour. So we're talking about high-speed traffic going through there, or medium high-speed traffic going through there. So the steam locomotive weighs about 80 tons. It has tender weight about 50 tons, and it can carry about 6 tons of coal on itself. It has water capacity about 4,000 gallons, and we can input all of this physics into the simulator to work out what the energy characteristics of the train will be and how the traction will work out. So a quirk of steam locomotives is that if you are going chimney first, you can travel faster than if you're going the other direction, the other sort of like tender first operation. So because the driver has to basically go more out of his way to look at the signals ahead. So in the operational timetable, 3 different types of services were run on the network. So there was a heritage service. The excursion was basically run a timetable service into an off-peak hour setting. So it's not peak, it's off-peak. And you run the, when you're running tender first in one direction and then chimney first in the other direction. So it's an excursion to and back. And then a stopper service in the middle of that, and a high-speed service running right behind it. So the resulting sort of like simulation gave us a pattern. It's not very clear on this one, like I didn't make a very good choice of colors on this, but there is a train in there that is the chimney first operation that goes behind the other trains. It's much more clear in the paper, I think, and it can be held at different places to fit into what is a highly trafficked, even a highly off-peak traffic area. So the conclusion is that we could have multiple configurations. The architecture can be deployed in the form of an advisory system or a portable system. And in an advisory role, the connected endpoints mentioned won't be required, as the system would be a strictly advisory system. And then it will lead a larger margin for the being attached around the train. So there will need to be more space in the timetable. In essence, the greater the integration of the equipments, the higher the confidence in the system and shorter the headways. That's the sort of like, and it follows the general understanding of the SIL principle as well. And the simulation sort of showed that it's possible to embed a low priority, low speed service in between higher priority services without losing too much capacity due to this service. And here's the bit that it takes it beyond the steam fraction. This concept can be extended beyond low priority services to include countries that are making initial investments into advanced signaling systems. So if a country is making an initial investment into an ETCS level 1 or an ETCS level 2 system, they don't need to invest in an onboard that is going to be 300,000 pounds expensive, but rather start with a simpler system with lower headways, and as traffic picks up, you can go towards a higher and higher level of integrity system. And that concept can be extended beyond the sort of like, so in terms of like, so I've repeated a point there. So I think that should be the end of the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Krishnan. It was a topic where the last point of the conclusion draw the maximum attention, but I must say that not only the name of your simulator is brave, the topic itself is a bit brave. When we are planning for 100% electrification, we are talking of steam locomotives is indeed brave. So now coming to the next presentation, and it is on trends, innovation and digitalization in train detection system. And it is by Mr. Akhilesh Yadav and Mr. Nikhil Swami from Frozzo, India. And I would request the presenters to introduce themselves as decided by the chairman at the onset.
Do I need this?
You can
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Akhilesh Yadav, and I'm a signal engineer. I can do sales and business development as well, so I'm doing that these days. I'm accompanied by my colleague Nikhil, and two of us will take you through a short trip on trends, innovations, digitalizations in train detection space, especially focusing on axle counters. Believe me, it is not an Frauscher presentation, it is more a generic, what we see as new innovations and functions which are coming up in axle counters and how it can be actually solving more problems for the operators. Good. So what we will do is I'm going to just make a small overview of the topics, and then I will hand it over to Nikhil to take you through all the slides, and later on during question and answer session we'll join forces to respond to your questions. Yeah, so very small presentation, just 5 key topics. We touch upon key aspects which we believe should be changing or already changing in train detection system. It is no more just a train detection system. You can do much more with it. There are a lot of innovative functions which are coming up. There are a lot of new approaches of interfacing this with higher ranking systems like interlocking or Kavach or CTC for matter any other electronic system. And then we touch upon, are we as suppliers ready to address the issues? And there we discuss, are we ready to ask the right questions with the operators and then change our approach, change our design as many times as required in quick manner to respond to emerging needs of the customer. Third point we touch upon is a database approach. Axle counter is a system which not only generates a vital track clear or occupied output, but it gives you much more which many of us may not be even aware. It gives us information on direction of train travel, speed of train travel, and few other things which Nikhil will explain in detail. So how can we utilize this information and also maybe integrate with information and data coming from other sources and bring out new insights which could be very valuable for the users. And at the end, we will be talking about how do we enable this future train detection system we are talking about. This is not going to be only the supplier's job. For this, suppliers, integrators, and railway operators, we have to collaborate. We have to discuss the issues and then solve the problems jointly. This is not the job of just one team, and this is the future. Collaboration is the future for developing useful systems in going forward. And then we conclude with the points which we have covered in these sessions. So maybe I'll request Nikhil to take us from here onwards. And I'll go and sit down.
I'll point, let me try how whether it's working, otherwise you'll have to help me. Okay, then it's better that you do it. I'll say the next one. Okay. So very good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for giving a good outlay for this presentation that we want to give. So when we thought of writing a paper for IRSC event, and we were given the theme of Age of Intelligent Railways, we really looked at how we as a key stakeholder can think about the future and what we see the future of signaling would be, not only in this market but globally. And that is what we have tried to capture in this paper. So the key aspects, and we have tried to focus on the future of train detection. So these are the key aspects and future of train detection, what we see, how the present and the future will be driven by them. Obviously, in terms of the technology, India as a market is adopting Excel counting as a preferred solution, which is very much evident. And in that technology as well, we have specific things which have been accepted in a much major way, like inductive sensing technology, which have proven their mettle across different projects. In future also, these technologies, because they have proven they have the provenness and they have the resilience to sustain, they will continue to be accepted more. Also, we feel that electromagnetic interferences and mechanical effects, how resilient your system is to be able to manage these things would be a driving force. We also feel that intelligent functionalities, how as a supplier or as a vendor, you can create functionalities which are intelligent in terms of giving the benefit to the customer, that itself will also be a driving factor for us. Another key aspect is how, as a design philosophy, you can take electronics indoor. So this we very strongly believe that would be a key future initiative or a key future design feature aspect where you can take electronics and you can have less and less electronics at the outdoor. And that brings in a number of benefits. Another driving force would be how you can make the systems energy efficient. Because in terms of any solution, we have to now look at how sustainable it is from the operator's point of view and from the customer's point of view. Okay, so we look at certain aspects. I'm not going to read through them, but the key aspect that we have to look at from the operator perspective is how much fault tolerant and your system is. Because when we are designing system from the supplier point of view, we have another angle that we look at, but when we look from the operator's point of view, we have to look how fault tolerant the system is. Again, in terms of future, we think that more and more wireless connections will be added in train detection solutions. We have a lot of case studies where we are already looking at solutions where the vital data is being transmitted, and those case studies are also available on our website, which you can look at, which will give you more details of how the train detection systems are now being implemented even with wireless connections. Also, again, I will go back to the operator's view because that is the view which I like the most coming from the operator side before joining Froscher. I think the remote monitoring display is something which is going to give you a lot of capabilities which can help the O&M angle for the operator, and it is a higher level remote monitoring system, something which we don't have right now, but that is what we foresee how the systems will be driven. And we also have those solutions which we can discuss when you can come to our stalls. Yeah, next. So I move forward. Excel counting suppliers, the big question is, are we ready to change? And we look at the trends which we know that by 2050, India is going to be having 35 to 40% of the global share of the rail activity, and in that regard, are we really willing to change as a supplier? Are we willing to change, ask questions, and look at how we can optimize our design and look beyond, not just doing things the way we do it? So the key points which I want to mention here is that we are looking at a future of network-based systems. We are looking at a future where we are able to harness the power of digital technologies. And it's not about just collecting information, it's also about how we can make that information meaningful, also how we can, use that information for the benefit of the operator. So we have a data-based approach to Excel counting solution. Yep. So for instance, currently also if we look at our solutions, we are using additional data which we are able to transmit in vital manner from different locations. And we also feel that every field-based sensor will continue feeding this data, but it will also be able to transmit much more data than just sending the critical data which is needed for signaling information. So collecting data is just one part of the story. Also, how you can collect that data and use that data in a meaningful form is the other part of the story. And this is something which we see can be done only by professionals. I will refer to what Blaine was telling me yesterday when I was talking to him, and I hope the chairman will allow me 1 minute for that. The point is that yesterday when we were running up to this event, I was told that, as a duck is moving in a pond, we only see the duck, it is moving very smoothly, but we don't see what is happening below. There is chaos because it is moving its feet so much. And I think this is a very key point which I want to mention here, is that this is the case with data as well. Even data is chaos, but it is only how you are able to manage that data from the perspective of operator and offer them in a way where they can utilize this data in a smooth and in a very seamless manner. And this is, I feel, the responsibility of the key stakeholders, including the suppliers, that we are able to offer meaningful solutions in terms of data to the customer. Yeah. Data processing and data storage, I'll be just moving forward. One point I would like to mention here is that cloud-based data management is something which has been talked about as a theme in the morning as well, and this is something which will also be captured with the signaling solutions of the future, and companies have to adapt to those solutions and are able to do that, will be driving the future. So this is just a graphic for our RMD, remote monitoring display, a higher level solution. And you can see from the key point here is that it is able to collect the data from different field units and different sensors and different devices. And then not only that, it is able to offer you higher level solutions where the operator is able to understand and use that information for their diagnostic capabilities. Yeah. These are some of the points which Akhilesh has already mentioned. A collaborative approach is what we look at. We have to work closely with the integrators, we have to work closely with the railway authorities, and that is the future which we see, a collaborative approach, and that is also seen in the way we are going ahead in this very important market. Okay. So I'll come to the conclusion, and the key point here is that let us accept the fact that in the last 2 decades, Indian Railways has embraced new technologies, and they have really been an operator which has been open to accept the new technologies and the way we do things. So this trend has to continue as we go ahead. We have to look at standardized Ethernet-based solutions. We really believe that this is the solution that will drive the future. We have serial interfaces which will be used to seamlessly transfer data between a higher level system and a subsystem. Also, we think that suppliers also need to align with the evolving customer requirements. So it also depends on how much we can align with the requirements. And this would be my last slide. I think the future of train detection will be full of innovations, digitalization, and also, in a way, offering sustainable solutions. So I would say it is the best time to be in this market. It's an evolving railway market, and it's going to be a joint and concerted effort of suppliers, system integrators, and railway establishment, where we will be able to embrace the digital era. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Nikhil. Thank you, Nikhil, for that thought-provoking statement that data is a chaos, and indeed we have to make data is an asset. So now we come to the last presentation of today's first session, and that is on low-cost signaling solution by John Richmond.
After this one, yes. So good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for inviting me here to talk about low-cost signalling on behalf of Park Signalling. My name is John Richmond. I'm presenting a paper today written by my co-worker Ian Allison, who's unfortunately unable to be here. Hopefully you'll find this interesting, and we'll go through some of the solutions that we have, I think, for lower cost signalling moving forwards. And that's not my presentation. Let's try that one, let's see if that works there. Nope. So, unfortunately, that doesn't seem to be working at the moment. Just bear with us a moment. No, it might look probably the batteries have gone or something like that. Excellent, okay. I think we're just trying to get that sorted out at the moment. I would sing you a song, but my singing voice is dreadful, so I wouldn't dare inflict that on you while we're waiting. I think we're okay now. I've been given the thumbs up. Let's give it a go. And still nothing. Okay. So to be fair, I could probably start with the first bit before we get this up and working, so I'll just do the general introduction. Went that way, okay? Okay. Aha, there we go. So we'll start again now. Thank you for inviting me. We're looking at lower cost signalling systems here. And basically, the need for lower cost signalling systems has become very important in today's railway network. The prospect of reopening previously closed and freight-only lines to cope with the passenger and freight demand and attempt to reduce carbon emissions has become an interesting prospect moving forwards. However, reopening railway lines does not necessarily mean they'll be financially viable, both initially and for the revenue and traffic that's generated on them moving forwards. So modern signalling control systems are used to regulate safe passage and frequency of trains and have a large capital expenditure to procure, install and test and commission these. So there's a lot of complexity involved in these, in interfacing them not just with the existing infrastructure but with new vehicles, older vehicles, etc. And the ongoing support from the original equipment manufacturing. This is a large cost up front and a large operating cost, and this can actually stop certain lines from reopening just by the fact of the cost of the signalling system. So modern signalling control systems are also can be quite vulnerable. They're open to theft, damage, vandalism, and that seems to be increasing as time goes by. So the need to transmit and receive data of varying types of sizes can now be undertaken by means other than line-side cabling and in a safe and controlled manner. However, the provision of cybersecurity protection of relevant networks to undertake this task has become as important because of the need to protect all categories of data, from any theft or from such things as mobile devices, things connected to the Internet of Things. So although we do have that capability, we have to be very, very sure that we go okay for cybersecurity on that. So this brings us on to two solutions that Park Signalling have been looking at to provide lower cost signalling, and we'll start with the digital block controller. So this is the original railway signalling token system. It was developed in the UK in the 19th century to operate single lines safely. There were a number of accidents and incidents on the railway resulting in a number of fatalities, and this led to the introduction of the original token system, and this was put into place in Standedge Tunnel in the northwest of the United Kingdom in 1849. Now this system was okay. It used one token which was given to the train, and then that was surrendered at the other end. It then had to be taken back to the previous end to enable another train to pass. So obviously that doesn't give you very much in terms of capacity. So what the next the next idea of this moved on to staff and ticket working, whereby the token was retained by the signaller. Authority to proceed was given to the driver of the train, and that was their authority to carry on to the next section. But again, that still didn't actually provide a great level of safety, and there were disasters you can see here at the moment. So what happened then is that it was developed in, the token system was developed, and as you can see it here, the token was issued by the signaller, put into a leather pouch and handed to the driver, who checked that that token was for the correct section. Once the train reached the far end, the driver handed that to the signaller, who put it back into the machine, and that allowed another token to be replaced. That still meant occasionally there were, when the mistakes were made that incidents could still happen. It then became a requirement in the UK that you'd have a signal at each end as well to actually protect the section as well as the token. So that's really where that system in effect is still in use in the UK, in India and many other countries throughout the world now, with very little change on that. If we move on to the next slide. So what we have here on the left is a traditional token machine. I think it ties number 6. And on the right is what we developed at Park Signal in our die block controller. So as you can see, they look very, very similar, and it's a like-for-like replacement out there. The operation is similar but not identical to the machines before, and it's actually safety integrity level 3 in functionality, and has actually been past all the relevant guidelines within the UK and Network Rail for cyber security. So the die block machine itself, it looks pretty much the same on the front of it there, as you see, except we've got, rather than having the needle and the dial on there, we've got actually illuminated push buttons and lights for remote condition monitoring and status on there. Operation of it is exactly the same in the fact, rather than phone up, you press a button there to ask for signal and release. The signaller can give a release. You can then remove a token out of the machine as you would do normally. So if you want to have a look at the insides on the next slide, please. So this is actually where it differs majorly from the existing machines that are out there. So whereas it was a mechanical system before, this is a fully electronic system with one mechanical part, which is the shock bolt. What you can see there behind the front panel is a printed circuit board. It has duplicated processors and electronics that control the instrument, and that includes the shock bolts as mentioned before. The die block machine is linked with a multi-way cable to two routers located locally to the machine. It then transmits over IP. Its IP protocol address is given a static identity, and that provides a single network channel. And for resilience, there are 2 channels of this, so we have 2 of those operating excuse me, in the machine. We also have a 3rd channel there available for remote condition monitoring. So that's something that obviously you can't do with the old machines. Power supply wise, it's 24 volts DC. Weight of the machine is approximately 22 kilograms. And it is compatible with the magazines you have for the original machines as well. So you can transport tokens from one machine to another. Move on to the next slide, please. So that's another view of the inside of the machine. So the great advantage of this system is that line-side cabling is no longer required to connect these machines together. That reduces the risk of theft, disconnection and disruption, and also reduces the cost to install from new and then to maintain and also replace. The connection from the router to the outside world can either be a dedicated fibre or 4G, 5G, 3G even phone signals, phone networks. You can use your own telecoms network. You can use Wi-Fi. In fact, you can do this over a public network. The data is encrypted in the machine and can only be decrypted by the machine at the other end that's configured to be in a partnership with that one. You can operate up to 6 machines in a group, so that caters for situations where, for example, you've got terminus and you've got multiple platforms, or you've got a freight siding going off a single line passing loop, something like that. So the IP arrangements were similar to creating a group address list with message being sent in the loop from one machine to the next machine, and so on and so on. So you can work in various configurations, which enables it to mirror the functions of existing token machines out there, so you can configure it for signaler operation, no signaler operation, etc., etc. So I won't run you through the operation of the machine. Obviously people know, and you can have a look on through the notes on that as to how the machine is actually operated, but it's pretty self-explanatory how you take the tokens in and out. Next slide, please. So there you can see the tokens on the left-hand side. we can produce no new tokens for these machines, or you can use the existing tokens. It's fully compatible, and as you can see on the right-hand side of that picture there, they're the 4 different configurations of the key token you can have. Next slide, please. So, yeah, we can go on for the next one as well, please. So this is actually the first application now. The machines are actually working on a railway in the United Kingdom. So this is the Romney Hythe and Dymchurch railway. It's a 15-inch, almost as a main line on the south coast of the United Kingdom. For this application, it's connected via 4G public GSM on one channel and their own fibre on the other. So it just shows that, you know, the 2 connections there you have for the communications can be different, and as long as one's working, the signalling system will work. The next stage, if we move on now, is that, and this is the reason why my colleague Ian isn't with us, is we're currently installing machines for trial on Network Rail on the line from Tenby to Whitland in the west of Wales. We've got the trial certificate for it, and it's actually going into operation over the next 2 weeks. So Ian's actually over there at the moment installing it, and that'll be the first application of this technology in the UK. So we're always looking into, you know, how we can improve on this. Some people have said, can you have the block, can you have the bells and all these kind of things from the old machines on there? Yes, you can, but the answer is it costs money, and do you really need that going forwards? We're trying to make this a more up-to-date system and something that'll be lasting going forwards for a long time. We are looking at selling this machine, but we're also looking at, we understand that investment can be difficult sometimes. So we are looking at ways of leasing this equipment to people as well. So there are various ways, if you talk to us, that you can get hold of the equipment without having to buy it outright. Okay, if we move on to the next stage, that was the first one element we're looking at low-cost signalling. The second one is radio electronic token block. So this system replaced the original token block system, which has been in operation in many railways throughout the world for many, many years. The number of remote lines in the far north of Scotland in the United Kingdom, and one was chosen as an example because it had one day it had a problem whereby all the line-side cabling was blown down and the rail service had to be cancelled, and it took days and days to get it back up and working. So British Rail Research worked on a concept called radio electronic token block, and that would replace the actual physical line-side cabling with a radio-based system. So this was actually implemented first of all on the line to Wick, after it was done as a temporary measure after the problems they had up there. But that demonstrated the feasibility of it, and so the actual proper development of our RETB system then began. So we actually looked at another line to do the trial on in the Scottish line. It was the old Highland Railway from Dingwall westwards to the Kyle of Lochalsh. We'll keep on this slide for now. The first system was brought into place. You can move on next. You can move to the next slide, please. Sorry. So the original development system was brought into operation in 1984, and this is the original control system and how it actually looked there on site. So this was developed by Ambedkar Research, and the equipment here is in actually Dingwall station itself. Over the next 4 years, the control was transferred to Inverness Signalling Centre, and then the Wick and Thurso lines, which you saw before, were further included in the scheme. Due to the success of this, another remote line in Scotland, the line to Fort William and Mallaig, which is famous for the Glenfinnan Viaduct, from all you Harry Potter fans out there, that was also converted to RETB operation. So if you go to the next slide, please. So typically the track section is divided into block sections with a passing loop at each end. So when a train is required to move into a new section, the signaller issues an electronic token for that section to the train. In order to receive the token, the driver activates the receiver function on this piece of equipment, which is a cab display radio. So this starts a radio transmission that is addressed to match the identification number of the train, and that safeguards the guarantee that the train is only the correct train can release the correct token. After receiving the token, the driver is given verbal permission over the radio system to pass the stop board and enter into that section. So the stop board is used instead of line-side signals. The fixed distance boards on the approach has a single permanent automatic warning inductor which gives a warning to the cab regarding of whether or not the signal instruction has been granted when the train passes. So if we move on to the next slide, please. So this shows actually a typical passing loop layout. It gives you an idea of the fixed boards that are on there and actually how it would work. So the token, in a typical passing loop situation, the token is authority to occupy that single line. Section can't be cleared unless the driver returns it via the cab display radio. There's 6 types of token that you can use. I won't go into all those in detail, but it means that you've got things such as you can enter long sections, you can have shunt tokens, you can have engineering tokens, so should you have to go out and do some maintenance, you can secure the safety of the people out there. So if we move on to the next slide, please. This really shows the basic radio architecture of it out there. As you can see, the train moves through there, through the network, and the radio automatically tunes to the strongest available signal. So, yeah, when a call is made by a train, it travels through the network from fixed site to fixed site, and it's rebroadcast, the authority is rebroadcast by each cell, and finally it goes through to the signalling centre. Move on. And this operates in reverse as well, so when the signalling centre is giving authority to the train, again it passes through the multiple cells until it reaches the train with the right description on there. So this is a setup of the radio mast sites out there, which are used to actually perform the radio sites and the network for the radio out there. So as you can see, it's relatively simple there. You've got a line-side building containing a number of elements such as GPS antennas, VHF antennas, power supplies, that kind of equipment. You can actually use existing masts, so you don't have to put a new mast up. If the existing mast is out there, you can attach the equipment to it and just have the small building at the side. Okay, next slide. And this really just shows you, this is the full system as it would appear out there. This is the architecture behind it. So as you can see, it's a very, very simple system. The radio system licenses are unique to the RETB and are granted by the UK Licensing Authority. So there's no chance of interference coming through on those. So this is one of the RETB workstations as they are today. As you can see, there's one signaller handling the whole section of line. Sometimes well over 100 kilometres can be managed by one signaller. And there you go, that's just one of the other tokens. This is the portable token, which, as I mentioned before, that the engineers can take out to actually go out and perform maintenance on the system. And this is a depot token, so if the train goes out of the RETB system, how do you get it back in? You have a portable token like this, which means that the trains can go off the network, be worked on, and then be reintroduced back onto the network as well. Finally, we've got some innovations that's going on. As you can see now, on the left-hand side there, we've updated the screens, so the more modern VDU type curved screens, more clear and easier for the signaller to use. And these are some of the enhancements that we're looking at now with the system in conjunction with our customers to look at how we can actually improve the system going forwards. But as I say, we found this to be a very, very reliable system, and there's a lot of interest coming in for this because of the lack of line-side infrastructure that's needed, but it still gives you a secure, low-cost signalling solution in order to help the modern railway advance today. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, John, for a presentation on a topic that is very relevant, especially in Indian context, because cost do matters. Now we have all the presentations done. So with the permission of chair, can we have interaction with the audience?
We're a little bit short of time. We're coming up on lunchtime, but I think we perhaps take one or two questions from the audience if there are any. Do we have a microphone?
Can I take the question first? My question is for Mr. Venkatesan. First, let me congratulate you for a very good presentation. It was very engaging. My question would be for regarding the portable solution that you have mentioned, which falls between the advisory and the conventional system. So regarding that, I want to know what is the level of control you're imposing on that loco, and whether you have tried it on any diesel powered locos, and with which OEMs have you tested? These are 3 questions.
I think I think we were doing it at grip stage 2. So we were very early in the process, and we were in the process of selecting different architectures and then showing that to Network Rail as these are possible architectures for them to use. After this, they would take that to suppliers and say these are 3 options on the table, and then they would ask them to specify on top of that. So we come in very early. Because we're a university, we come in where all the faults can be made and where all the blue sky thinking can happen, and we propose the new system on that. In terms of the control, what it won't do is speed supervision, in that the minute you touch a braking system, you enter into certification territory, and you enter into a territory of basically ensuring or assuring that by you sort of interfering with an AWS system or TPW system, you're not compromising it, which is a high cost activity as such. So in the portable system, our vision was that it would do an advisory speed recommendations, but the speeds were low enough that the drivers will actually keep to the speed limit, and it wouldn't impose a risk as such. But towards the end of a project, it was mentioned that maybe it can come in to do only emergency braking, and if it did only emergency braking, the assurance cost would be lesser. So that was one stage. But we were really at a theoretical concept at very early sort of stage. And yes, it can work on a diesel locomotive system.
Yeah, thanks.
Should I ask? Good afternoon. My name is Ajay Singh. I am into the training of the railway signaling people. So my question to Madam Priya is, as this Kavach is in process of rolling down, so what are the plans for the training the manpower who can help you in the field, because without that it is not possible to roll it down?
Yeah. I can answer, but I'll request my co-author PCST sir also to give an answer to this question.
Thank you for this question, and it is a very important aspect of the whole rollout. See, we have already established a center of excellence at IRISET, Secunderabad, which is involved in all kind of training on the signaling. We have already developed the course content. We have already developed the modules. And in addition to that, on a railway basis, we have formed the core groups. Because see, for example, as on date, our rollout is going on 1200 route kilometer. And in that process, 4 divisions are involved. We have formed the core groups. We have deployed these core groups on the construction activities when the installation is going on, testing is going on. And in that way, with the help of classroom as well as the practical training during the installations, we are developing the competency of the people in the field. On a larger scale, IRISET is already geared up to provide training. We have already established the proper Kavach lab along with the simulators to have the feel of the entire system. So this is our plan. Thank you.
Just to add to what Mr. Dwivedi has said, we have also been able to establish a course module for the universities. All the universities in the country can take advantage of that. And the AICT, which is authority on this subject for approving a course module, has approved the course module. We have requested the vice chancellors of the universities to frame a course, and they can add in the BTech program a couple of courses on this, on which the IRISET will support it. And that is the broad plan for the industry, because the industry also has to be trained apart from the railways. As far as the IRISET is concerned, we have already trained 250 people who are required to be deploying this system on board. Thank you.
May I discuss? Yeah. Good afternoon. My name is Arvind Kumar. I am asking for the first presentation, Siemens. Okay, so you are using the cloud, and the cloud having a third-party providers like Google, Amazon. Okay, so my question is that if cyber security is the concerns, if they will pass the wrong informations, how you are going to protect your signaling in this case? And this is also applicable for the coverage, because all are wireless communication. So cyber security is now main concern for the nowadays. Everywhere the hacker having a provider hack the data and that they will provide the wrong information. So how you are protecting? This is the first question. Second question, do you know the future technology, the moving block? So when moving block will become, then all signaling system is going to isolate it. So what about your opinion for these questions?
Okay, so does it work? Okay, I used probably just to give you a picture, let's say, things like Google and Amazon, but it was an overstatement. I mean, a railway customer will feel more confident in this solution if the cloud is owned by them. So I would say that the servers, all the, let's say, the hardware and software will be not a public cloud, it will be a private cloud. So, but that is not really a matter of IT security. The IT security will work in both, clouds because the way the software is layered, the IT security is a very big layer in there to ensure that no threat from, let's say, outside can interfere, regardless where the data will be. But this is a very detailed question, and I mean, if you are around at the Siemens booth, we can start discussing details if you like. But so the cloud, in my view, initially will be owned by the railway. Let's say if we were saying Indian Railways were interested in this, they would probably put a data center maybe into Delhi, and then there would be everything would be behind a locked door with your token. Okay, and in the end, so basically physical access is controlled. But the hardware and basically certain software layers are identical to what Amazon, Google, and all of them are doing, because the concept is well proven, and but we are adding something. It's still 4, and there is a layer in between which we call Core Shield, which will take care of the IT security world. And if you are extending this into the new way of signaling, all data-driven, let's say, FRMCS in the future with, let's say, wireless connectivity, you are talking about access counters. I was internally smiling. Maybe there's a future where your sensors are relevant, but maybe for other diagnostics, for flat wheel detection and all these things, but not for train positioning anymore, because the trains are communicating with the central system constantly. But okay, as long as we have freight trains that might disintegrate, and there are certain things to consider. But in an ideal world, you're right. The future of signaling system is intelligent trains and an intelligent, let's say, master system, and IT security to ensure that no one can interfere and do something nasty. But the system will get slimmer and slimmer, and relying on more powerful, let's say, computing systems. And maybe you can still put your portable system on steam trains, and I would applaud you, but I think the big world will move towards a different type of centralization. So I don't know if this answered the question.
The question is that, okay, when I mean someone hacked the cloud systems and they will provide the wrong data in signaling, how signaling is going to protect it?
No, it will not happen. I'm okay. This may be a very simplified answer, but you don't have wrong data in your interlockings today, or in your train management system, or in your RBC or Tickers station server. There are well-established concepts, and the cloud, which I tried to introduce in 20 minutes. The existing interlocking application, the existing train management system application, the existing RBC, ATO, everything it exists today, works perfectly well, will be transferred in its entirety onto a different platform. It doesn't even have to be re-proven. The concept, the package around it ensures the integrity stays as solid and safe as it is today. We are not actually making any experiments there. And wrong data, if there is wrong data, I mean, anything can happen. It will be detected and it will be discarded. That's the job of the IT security and of all the other safety layers that are there. This is not an experiment. Yeah, okay, but this is, we can talk about this in more detail over the next 2 days. I would be happy to come up with the answers.
Addressing the data security concern in Kavach, I would just like to add that in Kavach, all the information which is exchanged between the wayside and the onboard unit is encrypted, and the keys for them are securely the keys for decryption are also securely transmitted. So we have designed the system considering the data security into account.
Okay, I have to add that this is common state of the art. There is key management. There is the data that's transmitted wirelessly is encrypted and secured in particular ways which Kavach is using, which every system at the moment that it transmits signaling data is using. So there's no experiment there.
Take a question for front row.
Okay, this is Pradeep. Actually, I have the same question for Kavach also to Mr. Gowal. So my first question with my ETCS hat on, what are the constraints that you have faced in installation of the RFID tags? Because we had a lot of because when we did the work for Belize, we did face a lot of problems, and the tolerance that it can accept during that period. The third is, if we have mentioned that you haven't, you can also get a tag missed out, will the same movement authority be restrained into the train during this operation? And my fourth is, you have got the interlocking. We have got a new system, so how are you covering the safety of system of systems into these areas?
I'll take them one by one. Regarding the installation of RFID tags on the track, I'm glad to say that we have not faced a lot of issues, though it requires a lot of survey on the track to determine what location we have to install, because any incorrection in absolute locations can create errors. So we have been doing thorough survey along the track. We have been using, as I told in my presentation, we have been using drones in the block section, and in the station section where we have a lot of turnouts and switches, we are doing a manual survey. The tags are quite robust, I will say. These have been installed on the track since more than 8 years, and we have not encountered many issues. And the codal life of tags is already decided. So based upon that codal life, they have to undergo replacement. Can you repeat the next question?
Just one thing on this. What is the tolerance of a track?
Tolerance, can you please be specific?
Tolerance means, suppose if a tag is to be put at position at X, can it be put as X minus, X plus Y?
Yeah,
X
we have that. We have the tolerance of around, say, 10 meters, 15 meters. We are taking that.
So that's a quite good one, because we had a tolerance of some other cases as 2 centimeters.
No, we don't have 2 centimeters. It will be very difficult to work in Indian track conditions.
Yeah. And the second question is, if we missed a tag, will it still maintain the movement authority as it has obtained in the previous case, still the next tag is received?
Yeah, in fact, that has been tested in the field also. So it holds the movement authority even if there is a tag miss. And recently we have a visit of our safety assessor, and we tested in which we intentionally removed the alternate tags.
Okay.
And the system worked quite well.
Okay. The tags are linked, like an ETCS. The same thing. You know which tag is coming next.
I'm just coming with my ETCS 2 hat on. That's what I'm trying to say. And the third one is, how do you cover for the safety of the system of systems in this case? Because we have an interlocking system which is fuel safe, that is SIL4, the transmission system which is SIL2, and the communication system that is coming out from the RBC, that is the radio block control, into the EVC of the system, which is again a SIL2 system. So overall it is covering as a SIL4 system. How are we covering up the SIL2 as we do as and ETCS we are doing an interoperable compatibility. It is more or less the same, rather with a lesser dignity, but how you are capturing that in your system?
So the entire system as a whole is a SIL4 system, has been certified by the independent safety assessor. So, and the multi-vendor interoperability feature has already been tested. So it is a SIL4 system. If I had a difficulty in understanding your question because of, so if my colleague officers from South Central Railway can answer that, I'll be thankful. We can discuss separately down the dice also.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there was just, I've got time for one more question. I think there was somebody up there wanted to ask a question. No? Okay, we'll take this gentleman here then. This will be the last question before lunch.
My first question was, it has already been covered, it was answered by Mr. Alex, it was on data centers and other things. So my second question is to Ms. Priya. Just I want to know, like you are saying that you are going for a futuristic Kavach program, which will affect if yard changes are happening. So do you have any plan that you define the railway yards for next 10 years on those sections?
That is the area which we still need to work. And as I told in the presentation also, so we are trying to develop a change control process in which if any signaling alteration is done, then accordingly a change request in the Kavach is also catered. Because every time the Kavach system has to commensurate with the existing signaling installation. So we have to establish a very robust change control process for that. So it is still a work in progress. So.
Yeah, okay. So you can take it, my question as a suggestion, that you advise railway authorities to freeze the plan for next 10 years on those sections.
So then we have to talk about the multiple departments that go into that.
So there will be 2 more presentations on Kavach and presentations of the sessions to come. So I think a lot of things can be covered in that part also.
Okay, thank you for all those questions. I'm sure that the presenters will be more than willing to answer any further questions over lunch if you can catch them. Before we break, can I just ask that you join me in thanking all the speakers in the usual way once more, please. And just a reminder that this afternoon's session starts at 2:30, so if you could be back here for 2:30, please, that would be great. Thank you very much indeed. Have a good lunch. Sorry? Oh, have we? Do you want to do it at the edge of the stage? Yeah. Yeah.
Just a moment, please. Just a moment, please. Just a moment, please. I would request the participants to just sit for a moment. We have to give mementos to the speakers and to the chairperson and to the session coordinator. Just a moment, please. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes, sir, look here, please. Yes, sir, look here, please. I have finished mine. I don't want Yes, sir.
I'll request all the speakers to come together so that we can have a group photograph also at the end. For a group picture. May I please okay. May I please request all of you to please come up ahead over here in front of the dais basically. Thank you. Please, sir. Yes. I think we can have ma'am in the middle. She'll balance the oddity out completely. Yes, there's only one lady, correct? So she'll be able to balance everyone out in the center. Well, thank you so much, gentlemen. In fact, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I believe a lot of people have already left, but for those who are still in the auditorium, I'd like to request everyone. We are parting for lunch from here on, but I'll be expecting to see you by 2:30 inside the auditorium. That's a request. We'll start with the second session by 2:30. So please make it back by 2:30. Have a good lunch, and we'll see you at 2:30 inside the auditorium. Thank you so much. Thank you.
It's a warning bell.